Okay, we are live. I'm going to start at the starting screen. Okay. And I believe you guys are muted. But I'm just going to let people come in and do my tweeting. Tweety bird. Okay, let's move it over to the interview here. Well, hello guys.
Let me see.
Are we active?
Are we being shown? Are we?
I think everybody can see you and hear you. Can we get a sound check from the people in chats?
I gotcha. Yep. It's live.
Sound check. Testing. Syphilis.
Syphilis.
No, again.
I already love the energy of this stream. I give
We've gone
any
straight to STD. Brilliant.
That's right. That's right. Any stream that doesn't begin with syphilis isn't a good stream, in my humble opinion.
Get the weirdest shit out of the way first.
Oh no, it's only going downhill from here. Come on, with this crew, you guys are all unstable. No, I'm very heavily in that crew. Sounds like we're good on YouTube as well. So, here we go, guys. Thank you for joining us. Jimmy King's right off the bat says, "I really hope Pez is high on ayahuasca for this." That's not how that works.
We are all partaking right now.
I think I could manage it.
We're
just
all in Peru right now. Yeah.
When is Pez not high on ayahuasca?
Yeah. Starts burning some sage up in this place.
That's right. Oh, I would be down.
Well,
there you go.
Okay, so to start, let's just get introductions out of the way. First of all, I want to say thank you so much for everybody that's already here, everybody that's already following, and thank you for all the support. There will be a VOD of this going up on YouTube after this, and it is being streamed live on YouTube if for whatever reason that's your preference. I am Schrodinger's Babyseal. This is Babyseal Team 7, the premise of this show is that I bring the top minds of the theory crafting world together to determine the future of Final Fantasy VII Remake and its accoutrement, so to speak. Its compilation and everything thereof.
Lauren's listening. He's fishing for ideas.
He better be. He better be. I've got some good ones.
Get him on track.
Throw it on into the pond.
So
I'm actually number one in disguise. That's why I've got my camera off.
That's right. He's
Honestly, I don't think they need our influence. I feel confident Square have got this. Everyone feel confident Square have got this saga?
in this room,
100%.
I am.
In this room?
I'm 95%. If that helps.
Yeah.
I think I think they will make some missteps. They would, because they do on every game, because nothing's perfect.
Yeah.
But I think it is largely going to be satisfying. Yeah. So I think we're already off to a good start with a generally positive vibe here, and the topic of Babyseal Team 7 is theory crafting, and we were going to focus on Aerith because our guest of honor recently released a very, very compelling video about her, and because she's kind of the best lore meat available in Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yuffie, for sure.
Okay. I have no shipping opinions, Twitter. So keep that off of me. However, prior to the release of this live stream, we got some juicy news about episode Intermission. So I have a feeling we're going to be talking about that a bit too. I'll start with lead topics, but anyways, again, I am Schrodinger's Babyseal. I am a mythology guy, just like another one of our guests. University level mythology and philosophy with a focus on Kabbalah. And so I like to bring that into my theories as much as possible.
Kabbalah, really? You've been all over that. Nice,
yeah,
dude.
all over that stuff.
Yeah.
And we could talk for an easy 24 hours, just you and I, Pez, on Kabbalah and the Sephiroth yeah,
for sure.
And so I have some weekly videos coming out too that just debunk popular theories, fan theories. I've got one coming out this week called Tifa Dies, and so you can look forward to that. Recently restarted the YouTube channel. It's already doing really good, so I'm excited. And then let me move over to Sleepezi, who can introduce himself.
Hi guys. I also want to very quickly mention that I am also thinking that we're in good hands, according to all of the things that we've been researching. But hi guys, I'm Sleepezi. I make Final Fantasy VII theory videos. Recently concluded a Structure of 5 series going over compilation with in regards to Final Fantasy VII Remake, and am currently trying to, with all of my power, finish 3 new videos that will be coming out in the next little bit. Coming soon is what I will say. But very excited to release that. All of the recent announcement with the state of play and everything like that. And I also want to say, since the beginning of my channel, people have been asking me specifically when I was going to be talking to you, Pez. So people
have been asking me when you're going to talk to Pez.
Yeah. So this is a long time.
I haven't got anything good to say. I don't know why.
No. I think it's
make up as I go along. To be frank.
Well, no. I think it just, and not to do the introduction for you, but like just your presence on Final Fantasy VII and multiple Final Fantasies, I should say, it's been wonderful for the community. So I'm very pleased to be here, and I'm very excited. Couldn't be more excited if I'm being honest. So
Sweet ass, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so let's move over to esteemed novelist, like platinum selling novelist,
Dude, yeah.
Michael James Gallagher.
Yeah, very good. Thank you so much. None of that was true. Apologies for not being on screen. I'm actually broadcasting from the moon at the moment.
The back of the meteor.
From the live stream.
So yeah, I'm MJ Gallagher. It's not Mike. Thanks, Pez. I guess I'm kind of best known in the community for writing Final Fantasy VII novels. Most of it was just fan fiction, but I do have one, the Nibelheim Instant, which won an award with Con, and recently had a special edition released for the Final Fantasy VII Remake anniversary that KoopaCon did, which sold out 4 times, which I'm absolutely thrilled about. Kind of with KoopaCon as well, I've also been doing a video series, breaking down the compilation lore and Easter eggs from the remake itself. Just goes through chapter by chapter, pointing out all the things to do with the compilation. So there's a good 10 hours of that so far, and we're only at chapter 13. But I think most recently, I'm maybe best known for my Norse myths that inspired Final Fantasy VII book, which was released 6 months ago. The feedback on that has been fantastic. Like Clark, I'm very, very interested in mythology, and the more that I began to dig in Final Fantasy in respect to how it was influenced by mythology, the more it sort of blew my mind. So Norse Myths that inspired Final Fantasy VII is currently out on Amazon, and I just announced this weekend as well that I'll soon be doing a Greek Myths that inspired Final Fantasy VII. So,
yes, dude. Yes. I'm hyped for that, man.
That's right. Yeah. It's happening.
Yeah. And there will be links to the Kickstarter for that. I'll put it up here in chat, and I'll put it on the video description later too. So please, if you're interested in that, which you should be, donate.
Thank you very much.
Yes, please support.
Yeah, I really regret not asking you for the physical hard copy, because that book looks so sexy. That cover is
and the art inside, you have no idea.
It's so clean. It's so clean.
Twice the price, but yeah, I'll send you one.
Okay, well, so we don't have any other guests, so we'll just move on.
Everyone else.
No, okay. I am very, 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 very honored to present Final Fantasy Peasant, who I'm incredibly grateful to have on here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, dude.
You're a legend. You almost don't need an introduction, but why don't you just introduce yourself to everybody that already knows you, and talk about what it is you do?
Yeah, dude. Final Fantasy Peasant, or as they know me in Japan, Final Fantasy Farmer. And I don't know how to categorize what I do exactly. It's a mix of things, really, between sucking very hard and wiping very frequently on games, and generally being quite a scatty-brained person, to then mixing it up and trying to go deep, and especially with my latest videos, trying to bring in more personal aspects. What I kind of find is as enjoyable as theory diving on the concepts of Final Fantasy games is. What I really like is the emotion and the lessons and the philosophy that sits at the root of all of these games. And that's really why Final Fantasy sings to me, because there's just so much that is relatable. And for me personally, Final Fantasy VII sits at the pinnacle of that. It was the game that salvaged a terrible childhood. It's one that followed me through school life. It was more of a friend to me than anyone in my younger years. And to now think it's followed me to the point I've been able to have this weird, wacky 3 years of doing it for a job. Final Fantasy VII is my everything. Absolutely adore the game. And I guess what I'm most known for is the theory crafting and the tinfoil hatting. I like to think I've developed a little bit from early 15 days, where I'm going to admit I can easily get lost in my own head canons. And to this day, I still have people messaging me saying, Pez, man, I was so hyped for FF15, and I still prefer your version to this day.
Me too. I think we all did.
Yeah, but what I kind of learned with it is, even with FF15, and we was discussing it just before the stream, with these FF games, there's so much that Square leave in the backdrop of these games for that explorative aspect, that trying to change my terminology up to these are the things that influence and inspire. This is what we could deduce from this, and just try to be a bit more free flowing with the entire concept of theory crafting, because I really think a lot of people, their brains working definites, especially when it's something that as nostalgic as your childhood game. Everyone has a headcanon, and I feel like when you enter into theory crafting land, and I think this is what we're seeing with Square Enix changing the remake so much now, it's a dangerous thing to invade someone's headcanon, because it's so precious to each of us. I've got to say, I've had an amazing 3 years with the FF community. I freaking love the FF community, man.
And
so good.
So it's been an honor. And yeah, it's great to be here with you guys.
I think one of the great things about this as a thing, as a theory crafting, is that if presented like, we're kind of wearing life like a loose garment when we do this stuff, it kind of doesn't matter if we're right or wrong. I mean, this is fun regardless. A lot of people, a lot of people have put pressure on certain theory crafters in the room, like, hey, why do you have a Square developer locked up in your basement? That's been said to somebody in this room, and that's a lot of pressure. But really, this is just fun to do. That's why everybody's here. And so if all this,
what Square Enix have always wanted us to do, especially with remake, they've outright said, we are sticking these elements in there to get your brains working, get them whirring.
You're right. Nomura straight up said he likes looking at actually, Katasi said he loves watching the theories that we come up with, and I love it. I mean, it's just another way to extend the value of this game. Like,
exactly.
I've played it,
and that's the model I've been saying. That's the model I've been saying for Final Fantasy as a whole. You don't need to add multiplayer. You don't need to try to string it along with the gameplay and derpy DLCs and mini games. They're nice, but ultimately for me, the longevity of FFs is how sweet is that story and how many layers does that bad boy have.
So let's just say this, okay, to the fans. So if we're all of us are just dead wrong, and this ends up being a totally different thing than we've theorized, as a group, just ask yourselves before you string us up for being dead wrong about Nelly, hey, did you have fun along the way? And I think you probably will have had fun along the way. So be nice, everybody.
I think it's almost like it's so. Just to jump onto this, I think one of the things that I found was such a beautiful thing is that, like, I and let's be honest, like on my end, I also have like my fair share of like out there ideas. Like some of them could be very easily attributed or to just
Rufus.
There. Yeah, Rufus for sure.
Rufus is a juicy subject, man.
I'm making up for that. Trust me, I'm making up for that. But the idea is that, like, it's when Weiss shows up in Intergrade, I was just I think most of us couldn't be happier. I think we all, like, I mean, maybe not everybody, but
maybe not Max Dude, but yeah.
Max Dude, no. But it was just such a great thing to have started the journey of Final Fantasy VII Remake and get to this point where we're seeing like so many like of the things that we've talked about start to manifest, even if it's not like 100% like this one for one, you know what I mean? It just, and also like just with that one trailer, we have so much more to talk about and like share and like involve ourselves with like the community and all this other stuff. And then when the game comes out, guess what? We get to fucking play it and we get to live through that. And that's going to be awesome. And then we're like, it just never ends. And it's a beautiful thing.
Do you know what this kind of reminds me of this time? Sorry if I cut you off, bro.
No.
What Genesis said, because I've been doing a little Loveless theory, which Sleepezi is the master of. So much of the theory I've got coming out tomorrow is inspired by you. But no, what is the gift of the goddess? One of Genesis' interpretation is to ponder the mystery. That is the gift itself. To ponder the mystery of FF7. That's the beauty of it.
That's a cracking line. Well done.
Thank you.
That one particular.
It sounded way deep in my head the second I said it.
My pants just flew off listening to that.
And he's in Gatwick, people. He's in Gatwick.
All of our ideal partner is just talk Loveless to me. That's why I really want Genesis in there, is for the sound bites. Sound bites.
The mad thing about all this is that after Final Fantasy VII Remake came out, and all the sort of big theory crafters released a lot of video content of all of them that was going to be the closest to how it played out. Sleepezi was not up there for me, but I'm so happy that it was, because I think the content's amazing, and it was one of those ones of I wish to God Sleepezi would be right, but I have no hope in hell that he is.
No, and I think
we are.
Yeah, exactly. Who the fuck? Well, and I was going to ask you, because and I know that this is not necessarily on track of with a guest, but I'm genuinely curious, because Mo, you've been a part of the community for so long, and are also such a big Dirge Cerberus fan. Like, what was running through your head when Weiss showed up?
My first thought was, that's
VR nonsense.
Well, you know what? It took me a few seconds to realize it was VR. My first thought was, they better not have fucking retconned Dirge Cerberus. And my second thought was, this is amazing. I'm really happy for Sleepezi.
I cannot stress enough how badly we need to get Sleepezy's reaction video to that out and spread, because that I believe he had actual tears.
Yeah,
I was a little turned over. I wasn't expecting. There's just too much happening all at once.
It was great. It was very watchable. So, but okay. So I do. I hate to be the warden here, but let's keep on track. But since we're here, let's start with the big elephant in the room. Because a lot of people tune out of videos after 30 minutes anyway. So the Aerith stuff can be for the hardcores. Let's talk about Weiss. Let's talk about Deepground. I think for listeners, the context of this is that the new Famitsu came out this week, and associated with it was the new press release with the voice actors for all the associated characters, the names of these new characters, which were
Billy Bob.
Were a shock to all of us. We'll just say we've got Polk, we've got Billy Bob, we've got Gigi, and Neo. And we kind of knew that Neo was a character because of an accidental leak by the voice actress 3 weeks ago. Ashley Bacher came out and she actually said, I'm so happy to be part of this project, and then quickly deleted the tweet. And then IMDb added her name as Neo, and we were just like, oh, IMDb misspelled Nelly. That's what a lot of us thought. And so, but now we know they didn't. IMDb had their stuff together. So we've got these characters, and, that is whatever. It is what it is. The other details associated with that were they all have been hiding out in Sector 7 specifically. So this is Sector 7, and we do know that they are specifically Avalanche HQ. And that stuff was all clarified very, very specifically, and as well as that there's active collaboration between Wutai and Avalanche HQ, which was, by the way, confirmed in the original remake Ultimania, but everybody thought it was just like an off bit of information. So that's interesting to know.
Absolutely.
And Viz is like, what if Neo, Polk, and Billy Bob are code names? Maybe. I hope so.
That's not so.
I hope Billy Bob is.
I really want to jump on that point.
Okay, before we jump off on that point, because I'm going to let each of you talk in for as long as you want on stuff. So take notes if you want on what to hop off on. So we've got that new information, and then we've also got this. We've got the inclusion of Weiss seeming a lot more direct. We've got a name for this DLC called Intermission, which is the name of the Yuffie episode in particular. And we see that Weiss is a mentioned character in Intermission, meaning that his inclusion in Yuffie's DLC is actually probably more likely to be something direct as well. Now, we know that there's a VR style battle. We assume it's with Cloud still based on the original Nomura interview, but it's not actually clear that that's true. It's just sort of something you can assume. We can now assume too that there's probably going to be some form of interaction with Weiss. But to be clear, the interview with Nomura still said that Weiss is not the final boss for the Yuffie chapter. More information will be available about that in the future. So Weiss is going to be in here somehow, and that does in fact coincide with the OG's timeline. That's where Weiss should be. So
can I quickly pull you on that?
Yeah,
just ask a question, because I was looking at the timeline, because wasn't it, I think it was September 007 that Weiss and Nero, when they're kind of not fully transformed yet, they're sort of just soldiers at that point, they go and collect Genesis's body.
It is about September.
Yeah, and it's about December where the game happens, 2 months later. Is that enough time for Weiss to transition from regular looking soldier dude to full blown spiky head, chiseled ab nutter?
That will definitely be something that I think that both Sleepezi and MJ will answer in their segments for sure.
I definitely want to echo very quickly that like both Mo is way more specific about the lore of this, but like mostly on his coattails, I'm like, so anything that he says is pretty much gonna like echo something similar, but he's the more specific source for this.
Yeah,
stuff.
he was really dead on about Sector 6.
Yeah, 100%. So I just want to make that very. We'll talk about that maybe. Too.
Okay. Yeah. No. Definitely take your time to talk about that. We could dedicate the whole podcast to just Mo's fuck up on that. So we've got that. There's a chance that Billy Bob's mention of this Fort Condor board game is in fact a mini game. That seems real possible. So we've got all that came out this week. And I might be missing some stuff, and feel free to bring that up if so. So why don't we start with Sleepezi, then go to Mo, and then finish off strong with 5D chess playing Pez over there.
Oh, the pressure.
Okay, well, so we're talking about.
Don't leave me the zinger, man.
I was gonna say let the guest start, because anyway. So Weiss, we're talking specifically about like the inclusion of Weiss. Is that what the correct question is more directly, or just intergrade?
So we're talking about Intermission.
Okay. I do want to very quickly, before I forget, I will mention that Viz mentioned the idea of code names and exactly what he's talking about, because there's actually a quote from one of the new characters, specifically the Wutaian. I can't even say that. But
GG.
GG has a quote where he says, you will be known as you. And what that refers to is you guys. So he gives Sonnen and Yuffie the codename of You. So what this is specifically referring to is that Neo, Poke, Billy Bob are all codenames given to them through Gigi, rather than that actually being their names. So what he's particularly, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's where the source of that speculation comes from. I am very much, well, and here's the thing, Billy Bob is such a terrible name. Let's just
Look, I don't know why you guys are talking poorly about Sir William Robert. Okay.
I just want to say, if it does come out that that's how it's coming, I wouldn't be surprised. And it's something I think mention because I do also see a massive discrepancy.
Your voice is breaking in and up. Yeah.
I was worried it was me. Sleepezy's gone through a tunnel. Jesus.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Let me reconnect really quick.
Oh, that sounds immediately better.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Stuff up. Okay, so let me just really quickly restate. Is that Gigi gives the code names to Sonnen and Yuffie, You, with it just a U, instead of you guys. So he refers to them both as that term. So the idea of Neo, Poke, and the other character, Neo, Poke, and Billy Bob are code names given to them through Gigi specifically. That's I think where Viz is coming from with that. And if that does end up happening, I think that's a complete possibility, because I have spent the last week or two just trying to narrow down the idea of like how Avalanche HQ is structured. There's multiple different mentions of each branch of Avalanche, but for all intensive purposes, for like the sake of discussion, and I think, and this is just for anyone's own sanity, because some of it does not line up exactly one for one, and also depending on translations, there's massive differences, or official information does not match the translations. In some instances, it's a one for one, like we saw the main group, main Avalanche branch, right, was the way that Audrey was posting them as like, the character bios. That language discrepancy is not unusual, because in the Japanese dialogue for the game, the main Avalanche branch is referred to multiple times as the mainstream branch or the main group of Avalanche. So immediately when that came out, I was like, okay, even though that's fucking confusing, it's Avalanche HQ. I think, and so I just want to make sure, and I also agree, Viz, is that the names sound so strange that it's a little, it's almost more like allows for more room for speculation. As far as my thoughts on Intermission as a whole, I think three things are happening, and these are just like the big broad strokes. Is I think Intermission is setting up Deepground, not in the sense of just for the implication of like lore and introduction. I think that all lines up perfectly with the timing of everything that we know of those events. I also think, and this is what people are really freaked out about, is that, oh my God, like this is all happening, and we're just going to have DOC lore now. I think the entire point of the introduction at this point, and this is prefaced for the rest of the discussion, is that what is brought up in Intermission will change moving forward, because things are shifting. Yuffie shouldn't be down in Deepground. There shouldn't be, there might be some evidence to support that she might have been there before, but highly unlikely. But the idea is that they're introducing these elements to integrate them into the story in a less abrasive way. So Weiss's introduction is Lauren canon, and then also Avalanche is this move with like all the characters is also a push into compilation lore. And then I guess the timing of events is sort of like, because I know people are really like trying to get caught up in in those details. It's like what are like the series of events that lead to Deepground? Well, I think unironically the trailer is pretty straightforward. Is that we get to see everything in succession in like a proper series of events. I think the one thing that we learned from Neo's bio is that we know for sure that Yuffie and Sonnen get to the top plate. So they are a part of the mission of whatever is going on, probably with Shinra HQ to a certain degree. So all of the things that people have talked about and theorized about in terms of like the beats of the story, I think are mostly correct. Yeah, and I'm also just overwhelmingly excited that the possibility of Genesis is going to be in the game, and I'm 100% on that boat at this point. So, and
he'll be in it. He'll show up.
He's going to be 100% referenced or set up. I think
for sure referenced. Yeah. I mean, I agree, dude. It's crazy to me that people are still like, no, Genesis isn't going to be in the game. Like, Genesis is already there. He's already there. His legacy's there. And to be honest, there's too much that's fundamental to like the core themes of even just Loveless. Because I think most people just associate Genesis with Loveless. But Loveless has been it's been since OG. And it carries a lot of fundamentals to the plot. So we're going to have Genesis no matter what. It just depends what kind of dosage.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I think this is one of the things that I was coming up against when I first started doing these videos is that I was thinking to myself, like, how on earth are we going to introduce, because I talked about like Deepground's involvement and I talked about Genesis's involvement, and I was like, when are these going to come up? Because we're leaving Midgar, and then all of a sudden Intergrade shows up. So the timing of this is the only place story-wise, like if you're not even looking at it from the lore perspective, which already has like a significant amount of like evidence to support like or tease this entrance, I think this is the only place where he's going to show up.
I do too.
Like,
I do too. I don't think this is. I don't think this is an indication that he's now a big part of the broader story of Remake. I think of the Final Fantasy universe, sure, but like of Remake itself, this is absolutely 1000% the most appropriate place for him to show up, and only this.
And I wanted to ask you guys about it because it's appropriate in the sense, I guess, that crossing over Destiny's Crossroad, moving in from what was a new Midgar by the looks of it, cross through Destiny's portal, and now they're in OG Midgar and that world. And I guess whatever happened pre-Destiny's portal can kind of fade away or be recontextualized. But how do you guys think that then fits with Yuffie? Like, whatever Yuffie does in this, does it become redundant if she doesn't cross through that portal with them? She wasn't with them, so will the Yuffie on the other side have even the memory of like Sonon?
That'll be the big. I think so. So how does Intermission become Intergrade? Like how, because the Nomura talks about why he chose that title specifically, and it's specifically because it's a genetic midpoint between the two, the first part and the second part. And so how definitely genetic. So how does this tell us anything about part two? If it's just focusing on Yuffie, who is sort of inconsequential to where the party is now. Well, I think that's how. I think what version of that goddamn dog Yuffie sees at the end of this DLC will tell us so much about what direction we're really going. You know, and that'll be their big reveal. That'll be them peeking the door open into, like, you know, what happened. Why was there two stamps? Why did the Terrier stamp show up on that bag technically before the Whispers had been defeated? Like, what does this all mean? You know, like, it'll give us some kind of clue to what is really going on, because none of us know. And even a year later, I thought I'd heard every single theory as to why that goddamn bag is different, and I'm hearing new ones. You know, it could be a bunch of different stuff. And like, I've been in totally Camp Pez with it at some points. I've been in you know, MCU multiverse camp with it sometimes. I've been in it in Genova Dream Space camp with it. I've been in Viz camp with it, you know, like the whole thing, you know. And so it does haunt me. Like the people in chat are saying Stamp haunts me because a little known, actually a well-known fact about me is that I went through the game and counted every single Beagle stamp. There's 100 Beagle stamps in Remake. Precisely 100. Yeah. And it's nutty, right? And, you know, all the weird little ones and stuff like that. And then it showed up in the first Soldier, you know, as Beagle stamp. So, you know, that's 30 years ago. You know, so like now...
It showed up in First Soldier's Beagle.
Yeah, it's just in a poster.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like everywhere, dude.
Yeah. So it's like, it can't just be old. It can't just be regional, you know, so it's something. It means something. Like, Nojima was smug as hell talking about it. Like, he's all, did you guys see Stamp? You know, like, yes, we saw Stamp. We saw Stamp, Nojima. Don't blow up Titus's head again.
How many?
I think Stamp is the first Soldier.
Oh, there you go.
Oh my god. See, another theory.
All of Soldier comes from Stamp's molecular DNA.
I feel like you probably have a lot more to say, Sleepezi. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I didn't really I don't want to ramble on for too long because otherwise we're going to be here for way longer. But I think in general, well, just to answer your question, I do think that this is the bridging moment of I think that's where, and I don't want to speculate too much, but I feel like if there was any sort of way in order for Yuffie to come into the story as we already know it, I think that's going to be through whatever transpires in Deepground. So it's okay, well, that's the only place that makes sense for something to change.
Yeah, something like Destiny-ish.
Yeah,
it's going to happen in Deepground.
I want to be very clear too that Genesis, if he does show up, is directly tied to the events of the planet. He is not out of sync with what's going on. If anything, he is other than Aerith, he is the only other possibility, or Bugenhagen, to know exactly what's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
He is the protector of the planet. So when you have giant screaming ghosts above, in the upstairs bedroom of where you're sleeping, there's going to be some sort of call to action, I think, at that point. I think that's where you're going to have this duality of moments where it's the whispers are screaming and then Genesis hears that.
Or Weiss, I totally agree. I was saying a huge theme of F7 is corrupted versus pure memory, and Genesis and Weiss, that is their whole thing. That's why he's Weiss the Immaculate. You know, his whole obsession is
corruption.
Corruption. Yeah. So him appearing at what will arguably be the last moment that Destiny, the corrupting element, is around. Definitely going to have a big role for sure.
So speaking of Weiss, what do you think is going to happen with Weiss, Sleepezi?
I think, oh my gosh, yeah, that's a little. Okay, so one of the things that I have been kicking around, and I'm not 100% sold on this yet, but I think Weiss has the potential to die here in this segment of the game. I don't see his full use going forward, not yet. I think that's totally possible, but one of the things that I do know from, and this ties into Genesis, is that when Weiss arrives in the cave in the DOC cutscene, there's something that happens specifically with Weiss's body as it then awakens Genesis. A shot of electricity goes into Weiss and then into Genesis. And then he opens his eyes. So I think that there's some sort of unification happening in that moment in order for Genesis to awaken. And
do you think it's powers of rebirth? I simply say it because Nero, when he raised Weiss in Dirge Cerberus, he kind of says, I never expected in my lifetime to see the powers of rebirth actually happen. I think, isn't that fundamentally what the G cells and arguably Genesis being a champion of Minerva, they have access to essentially the powers of rebirth.
See, that was one of the things that I was looking into. I think in one of my other videos, because like I also was very, very attached to the idea of like what Nero is doing. Like, what is Nero doing in the background of like this entire thing? Like, what is this rebirth talk? And then this is where Dirge of Cerberus like just is why it's the most complicated thing, and why people like MJ Gallagher need to exist.
Yeah.
Is that the do you want to take that one, MJ? Because I know that you could probably clear that up a lot easier than I could.
In terms of the rebirth, my understanding of it has always been that Nero was because of the whole thing about the rebellion and Deepground, which is covered during the online mode. Nero has sort of made his peace with the fact that Weiss has to die and has to be resurrected. And the resurrection comes from Hojo's plan about awakening Omega. So when they're talking about rebirth, he's actually sort of quoting what Hojo told him. So it's not entirely, while physically it is accurate, it's not, the motives are not accurate. But there's the actual issue. So I think the rebirth element is less complex than it has to be, because he's actually talking about the power of Omega being able to bring Weiss back to life. But I think that there is actually this issue that you touched on of what the hell is going on between Weiss and Genesis at the end, specifically because Nero and Weiss have now become one. Weiss the Immaculate represents non-corruption, and Nero with his darkness represents total corruption. So when you unify those two, you effectively become a different being. So the physical body of Weiss contains the soul of Nero.
Yeah.
Or kind of chronologically, by the time what's going on with Genesis occurs. So is that connected? Are they now actually something else called Grey, I guess?
Well, I kind of really like what... Sorry if I'm cutting you for both. Carry on. Sorry. No,
I'm just sort of rambling. It's not something I've had to think about for a while. But
I like that you pointed out, Sleepezi, in one of your vids. Was it in Crisis Core? Zach finds, is it Hollander's laboratory, and there's like the 4 elemental crystals, because when we look at FF7, there's you've got Hojo trying to combine G and S cells to see what the outcome will be. Then he's like, what if I combine Aerith with Sephiroth? And then you've got like, was it Hollander with the elementals? Because again, that ties into a lot of like Japanese philosophy, is if you balance the elements within oneself, you essentially would unlock the secrets of the universe. And it all feels like it ties into what is the gift, and that is still such an open-ended element. Some people think the gift of the goddess and the promised land are definitives. Some people say, oh yeah, both of those things are the life stream. But there's so many interpretations that say it isn't that, and arguably we probably still don't even know what it is that basically you can artificially manufacture life.
Yeah, I
guess the answer is you never really can, and I suppose that could be the crux of what this is all leading to, and why Aerith is breaking destiny, because essentially I don't think any of these elements work if it doesn't come from a state of pure intention and purity, and ultimately that is why Aerith broke destiny, because it's kind of how I knew Bahamut was an evil sod in FF15. Before I was like, hold up, so we're supposed to believe he's the good guy, but none of humanity have free will. He's like preordained all of their fates, and that's been so pivotal to Final Fantasy.
Right. It's very important.
State of free will, it's moot. It's moot, no matter how righteous or godly you think it is. And I really like that, because that's actually why Aerith hesitated coming back into the story. Maiden who travels through the planet, said that she basically observed Sephiroth, and she even considered creating remnants of herself, like Kadaj, Loz, and Yuzu. She was going to create, like she wondered if she could, but she said, I don't want to hurt Cloud, and that she doesn't want to manipulate him. And that's what I think is so beautiful about Aerith, is she teaches Cloud, but always at his pace. Because you're like, Aerith, if you know all this stuff, why don't you just freaking tell him? Why don't you tell Donkai? And it's because of that free will element. And Aerith is so pivotal at keeping that.
Yeah, it goes with the thing. I think there's another line in one of the mini chapters in On the Way to a Smile where she says something along the lines of, if I'm going to appear to him, I want to be as myself.
Right.
Which then feeds into the idea of, well, that's kind of what she did.
As he remembered me, I think it also said.
Yeah, that line. So, so that kind of ties very nicely into how the remake begins. Going back to the Weiss issue, and this is also something that was a theory that you brought up, Sleepezi, which I personally had never considered before, and I wonder if it's sort of crossed your mind now that we've got the Weiss information, is going back to the whole idea about Sephiroth trying to change destiny so that the Omega weapon still exists by the time.
I'm completely sold on that.
Dude,
so if you change Weiss's story, Weiss doesn't take control of the Omega weapon, or at least Nero doesn't corrupt the Omega weapon.
Yeah.
And therefore traveling the cosmos still has potential. So maybe that's a route that they're going down.
Yeah, I didn't even think of because Omega would still be around. I kind of thought that the reason why Seth might have come back and reowned it is because he kind of had gone as far as he could with manipulating Cloud. You know, at the end of Advent Children, Cloud's done. He's done with Seth. He's had his breakthrough. He's come to peace with Aerith's death. Cloud eventually, finally, after how many years, he fucking smiles. And he said, Seth, stay just in my memory. And I was like, Seth's realized this Cloud is too strong now. And if he's not a Cloud who's bogged down with regret and anger, he has no influence over him. And I thought that's why he had to come back. But that Omega point is, that's galaxy level, man.
Yeah, basically,
literally galaxy level.
I thought that was amazing when you pointed that out, Sleepezi, that the end of Dirge of Cerberus means that Sephiroth cannot travel the cosmos. That he's now trapped on the planet.
Well, I also think, and that was one of the first, like, chronologically speaking, if we're just looking at the compilation, it feels like that's where the thought of everything ends. Right. Is this idea that, and also the developers of Dirge of Cerberus were like, what's in an interview or talking about, well, what is like this raining cloud of Mako, right, at the end of Dirge of Cerberus when Omega explodes? And their answer to that was like, that's something that we want to talk about in a sequel, if there ever is one. Right. And it's that idea that this, like, and just to clear this up, is that what the idea of Omega is that it gathers the life stream together into one point in Omega, and Omega is like the vessel for the life stream to escape the planet. If the planet is in danger, like if there's some sort of cataclysmic event, the life stream will be safe and it will rejoin like a larger life stream, or continue the cycle of birthing another planet. And then that the cycle continues not just within the life stream on Gaia, but like through the entire cosmos. Right. So the idea here then is that Omega was the only way for, so Advent Children Sephiroth references that he wants to travel the cosmos and use the planet as a vessel to do so, just like Genova did. And that's Advent Children. That was the line right there that, like, to me, that in no other instance is that ever said or contemplated or elaborated on. The only other function in the entire part of Final Fantasy VII that exists for that purpose is Omega. Right. So the idea is that, and we know that there is corruption in Omega because Nero is a part of the Omega that's formed. And we know from developers that the vessel that Omega is created in is not the way that it was naturally supposed to occur. So what we're seeing in Dirge of Cerberus is a
imperfect,
a non-pure version of Omega.
Right.
And I want to also go back to what MJ was saying, because there's this idea, right, that Weiss and Nero are the two halves of one whole. And the developers very deliberately say that these two entities, Nero and Weiss, are actually two separate people, two halves of one person. So the point is that they were always supposed to be unified, is that they were separate. So the reason why Nero is always like trying to be close to Weiss is not just out of brotherly compassion. It's because they're literally the same.
Yeah, they're essentially bound.
Ripped apart. Yeah.
Yeah.
So then, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, at the end of Omega, the death of Omega, you see 3 balls of light descending into the like some part of a destroyed Midgard. And then that scene is the last scene that we see other than the Dirge of Cerberus cutscene with Genesis. So if you take into account the proto-materia, maybe Weiss and Nero, and then what happens, well, I would imagine that like Weiss and Nero are sort of a shared soul at that point, so you could account for them as separate or have them be one of these balls of light. I think this all directly leads into Genesis. I almost feel like Genesis, as we know him, is different at that point. I think the Genesis that we see in DOC's ending is like this classified G. And I think that's how he should probably be referred to if he ever does get brought up.
Right.
Anyway, I know that I kind of like went off. I just wanted to give
but okay, let's tie that into what's going on in Intermission, right? So we know, or at least in the initial Famitsu interview with Nomura, right at the release of the Intergrade trailer, he says specifically that Weiss is not the boss of the Yuffie chapter. Specifically, he says that. But it does seem like he's involved with the chapter now, based on the fact that his appearance, his cast, his, everything about his character card, all that stuff, the model came out alongside the Intermission announcement, specifically, which isn't about Intergrade. It's not about performance or anything. It's not about the PS5. It is only about the Yuffie episode. So it makes sense that they're involved. So it seems to me like this would be a really good time if they're going to pull something that involves greater things like the Whispers, Sephiroth, Destiny, for those to interact with Weiss somehow. Or at very least, Yuffie and Sonon like accidentally like go in there and kick his bound body, and that wakes him up and makes him attack Cloud. I mean, that could be the bare minimum. But if there's gonna be like, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joyce. Boygios. Trying to say that name.
Bourgeoisie.
Bourgeoisie.
Yeah. You were close though. Jesse Bourgeois. So the best place, I think, the best way that they could kind of bridge that is if we get some sort of scene with Weiss during Intermission. And who would you like that scene to be centered around? Like, I mean, we see question mark Sephiroth wandering around, that during this time. Do you think we might see Sephiroth confront Weiss at the end of this DLC?
That would be fucking sick, but I don't know if I see that happening yet. I do see Whisper involvement.
Me too. I think that's the most we're gonna see.
There's a very clean, and I'm talking way too much, so I'm only gonna say like so much, but there's a clean cutoff in the story description of like here's the plan Avalanche and Yuffie is a part of, and something unexpected happens. is like there's just a drop. And what we know that drop leads to is Deepground. I think it's pretty likely that there's a chance that the Whispers could involve themselves, and that would say a lot about the intention of the Whispers. And I think whether it's like to protect Yuffie or something like that, but that's a total possibility in my mind. I also don't think I see a lot of ultimate materia talk. I think the proto materia is still going to be where we all know it is, which is in Vincent's
body. Yeah.
Yeah. I personally
don't
foresee Weiss actually having a mega role in this. And the reason I say that is that obviously the panels that you've spoken of, the artwork, I do agree that he's very likely to show up in Intermission to some extent as part of the story. But the panel itself shows the artwork of him with his jacket on, the way that he appears in the VR. Whereas during the actual Intergrade trailer itself, it cut between him sitting on the throne and the VR version. And I actually suspect that there's going to be an Easter egg in there about in Dirge of Cerberus when Weiss is first introduced to Vincent. It's that kind of transmission while they're aboard the Shadow Fox of Weiss saying that we're going to slaughter the world and all that.
Yeah.
And I think what they're going to do is something along the lines of he will use SND to kind of showcase that side of him, like on a screen or something. I actually don't think he's going to interact with Yuffie very much at all. You might see a couple of cutscenes which have him with talking to Sonon or something, but I don't think they're actually going to retcon Dirge of Cerberus all that much. Or at least I hope they don't. I'm maybe just speaking out of pure dread that they go in an entirely different direction at the moment, but I suspect that the Weiss stuff is probably going to be more fan service than derailing the story. As much as I think the Omega thing's pretty cool, I don't think they'll actually influence the story too much. I think they'll just have them there as something that ties everything together.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I'm somewhat in that boat too. Just that along with Genesis, these are all going to be referential at best. But I do think during Intermission, not just as a VR fight with Cloud, I think we're going to see maybe Weiss in the throne room.
That's the one I would say. That's the most likely.
Yeah, I don't think Yuffie will see him in there, because I think to have Yuffie experience him or to what totally changes how she reacts in Dirge of Cerberus. Because as much as there is a little bit of evidence to suggest that she is familiar with it,
right?
I don't think that's true. I think Deepground's as much a mystery to Yuffie as it is to everyone else, which means that there's a suggestion then that while she might end up fighting the Deepground soldier, or she might come up against one of the Sviets, it's unlikely that she'll actually have any idea of what's going on. It's more that the fans will understand it rather than Yuffie.
Yeah, I also like the idea that a lot of Deepground soldiers, they are Wu-Tai soldiers. There was that lost Deepground division, I can't remember its name. They basically pulled soldiers off the battlefield. Many of them Wu-Tai. The Wu-Tai ones had the worst stuff done to them. So Yuffie's fighting her own countrymen, really, which is pretty crazy. And one thing...
I don't know how accurate that is. That comes from... there's the storyline of
I think it was the Lost Division.
Lost Force is the name of the
Lost
restrictors. The restrictors were Unit 14, Soldier Unit 14.
Yeah, they pulled bodies off the field, right?
But no, that was Unit 13. That was Ragnarok. Ragnarok.
Unironically got toast.
Yeah, so basically the story is that this is not something that appears in the cutscenes. This is something that appeared during the online mode itself.
Yeah.
If you go and speak to one of the instructors gives a little bit of background about how the restrictors came to power, and the story is that what I'm assuming is prior to the rise of Sephiroth, is that Soldier Unit 13 was called Ragnarok, and they specialised in sort of espionage and covert missions behind enemy lines. during the Wutai War to extract injured soldiers.
Yeah.
But they got wind of the existence of Deepground and didn't believe that all this sort of fighting and experimentation was morally correct. So they took it upon themselves to go and overthrow Deepground and put an end to it.
Right.
So basically, what happens is that within Deepground there already existed Unit 14, which is described as a unit not to exist. So when Ragnarok went to overthrow Deepground, lost force, murdered them, and then took over. Basically, President Shinra said, right, for putting an end to that particular problem, you now have rule of Deepground. So the restrictors were Unit 14, and that's how they got power.
Yeah, because I've been looking at where the dark in episode Yuffie might come from, because there was that. There was also because now she's working with these other cell members, and before Crisis, Avalanche HQ in Wutai got blown to Timbuktu by freaking Yuffie. When she was young, she accidentally pressed the detonator switch. And I was like, that would be a pretty sweet idea to bring out. And I was like, because Elf, there's a glamour material, isn't there? Elf, they believed that the HQ was blown up and that it had killed Elf and Fajito, but they were just regular Wutai people disguised. That whole glamour materia thing.
Well,
never
I don't know if it was Wutai specifically. It was definitely Avalanche soldiers or Avalanche Ravens that had basically shapeshifted them. You're right. There was
and
just dummies.
Loss of them. She killed all these people.
So I thought that was an amazing thing. It didn't even cross my mind when the Intergrade trailer first came out about Yuffie's role within Chapter 14 of Before Crisis. But you're absolutely right. I really, really, really hope that they go with your idea of they actually address that sort of guilt.
Yeah,
what they've done. I think that would be an amazing bit of character building.
Oh yeah, because Yuffie's gonna be slapsticky and funny, and she falls in slow mo. But just like with Jesse's bomb, like they amped up like the casualty. Like things have much more consequence in this game, and I went as far to say, "Oh my god, imagine if Sonon's sister was accidentally blown up by Yuffie."
I personally would love that. I would personally love that. It would be great.
That's why she doesn't want to answer the question. It's like,
I'm not your sister. I'm not your sister.
It's like, oh Jesus, I blew up somebody who looked just like you. Let's just pray that this isn't connected in somehow or story.
Do you guys all think that Sonon is a product of destiny that has to be cleared up by the end of episode Yuffie?
I don't know.
So okay, I the way that you said that made it seem more meta. Like I think what you're saying is, does the dude have to die?
Well, because I'm just thinking about. I mean, fundamentally, do you guys agree that Yuffie is here in an official capacity? Because so many people think that's BS, and she has bragged about it in the past, but it seems legit. I mean, she literally has people who were assigned by her dad to go with her on this official mission.
the way that the actual official Square Enix website talks about it, they do say she's part of an elite core of the Wutai government. So I think it's legit.
I think we didn't even need episode Yuffie to see that, because I mean they've been hinting that something has fundamentally changed over in Wutai, and I don't know if it's because of her dad. Because, of course, Goddo, he would not go to war under any circumstance in OG.
Right.
Now it seems like he's at least willing to play in the shadows with Avalanche way more. And I can't help but think that, because in my dream space theory, I was like, so much of 7 Remake is idealistic. Like Kate Sith appearing at the pillar to try to help people. Barrett almost getting President Shinra to commit his crimes. It's like they get really, really freaking close. I'm like, Goddo's biggest regret was that he subjugated Wutai. I'm like, could that be playing into the idealism that, or maybe Goddo's dead? I don't know, but something has changed in Wutai, and I can't.
I can actually. I'll toss in.
Yeah, he's got a lot. We've got a lot to say on this.
What you guys are talking about is literally what I've been like trying to figure out for myself for a bit of time, but
he almost quit the game over this.
Yeah. So the funniest thing about this is, and I want to stress this again to the audience, and I brought it up in a less specific capacity before, is that nothing that the compilation has introduced, as well as what the OG has introduced, is like not being delivered in the most accurate form in Integrate or Intermission. So the idea of, like, just to start out, is that you're talking about Godo. Godo is not the only, how do I say that? Yuffie isn't the only materia lover in the family. Godo specifically wants Yuffie at the end of OG's events to steal the materia away from Cloud and the party after they saved the planet.
Right.
And there's this desire for him to have that. So, and then she's like, "Teehee, I'll go get it." So, like, they're the same fucking person. It's just the dad and the daughter, like father like son sort of term. But the point that I'm making here too is that that's not the only time that comes up either. Is because there is somebody else who goes out of their way in Crisis Core to try and like to, I guess, not a trade with Godo information with Soldier and materia. And this particular piece of evidence refers to the person trying to trade with them as a blonde-haired man. And who uses this information? Yuffie Kitsuragi. She goes hunting for the materia given to, like, the information given to her father. She takes that information and goes materia hunting. The blonde man is referred to in a compilation book as either Lazard is most likely the person.
Yeah.
It's
Lazard.
Lazard.
Yeah.
The whole thing with the half brothers, man. Evan, Rufus, Lazard.
It could be Gigi.
So very strange.
What is it? What if it's Gigi? That's a good point.
Gigi.
Also,
Gigi.
Yeah. Well, and this is the other thing, is the official Wutai capacity. Like, he's the liaison, right?
Yeah.
So he's an official stated ambassador, essentially, between the two parties. So you have the official releases of the bios, which all indicate that Yuffie is a part of a group of the Shinobi, which, for those who are missing the connection, there's the Shinobi thing is also a part of her theme song. So so now she is actually operating in that capacity. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
What's Peter Blade Strock here saying about someone being Japanese Sean Bean?
Okay, so that's true. That's true. So and actually, no. Audrey pointed this out too. The Japanese VA that plays Sonon only plays characters that die. Like, and so Sonon's chance of survival is pretty low, and we kind of all suspected
Japanese
Sean Bean. So yeah, he doesn't have a great prospect, and I would have said for sure that, but who knows anymore? Like, we're gonna see more Roche in part 2, so like,
we gonna see some Roche.
Yeah, so
another blonde-haired man.
Facts. Yeah. Fax mentions, is there any more expansion on Don Corneo in the compilation? He's actually featured heavily in the future events of Final Fantasy VII. He's not really covered in Crisis Core before Crisis, for what I understand, but he's in on
it does show up. There's reference to him in Crisis Core.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
There's one of the missions. Or a series of missions that you go on. It's to do with the mafia. It's kind of set in the Sector 5 slums. It's off the top of my head, I can't remember the specifics, but it does actually make reference of Don Corneo being a mafia boss. And some of the missions you go on are to do with clearing out the mafia.
but it's pretty low impact. The kids are all right. The kids are all right does actually expand that he's alive. He survived. He's crippled now, and he sells gasoline,
among other things.
Yeah,
and
gasoline,
and keeps photos of some people. Yeah.
I think he doesn't make it out of The Kids Are All Right as well, which might be a bit of a spoiler, I guess. So sorry if that's ruined anything. I think there's a specific character who from the remake who does that. But I won't say any more on that in case people actually want to read the book.
Yeah, it's much better than Final Fantasy X 2.5. It's much more readable if you're worried about reading a Nojima book.
Yeah, I think after the first couple of chapters, once you get used to the style, it's actually a really good story, but it's a fucking nightmare trying to adjust to it.
Yeah, it's not a typical storytelling style. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, what do you guys think? I'm sure your brain is just spinning right now, Pez. What do you have for us on all of this?
So my thoughts when I first saw this, because I've been doing the whole dream space theory. I want to make it very clear. The dream space theory and saying, all of remake part 1 is a dream. Cloud's going to wake up. It's just a description I use because there's so much that kind of implies that this is a semi-illusory kind of environment at the very least. Just the nature of the whispers being there kind of also implies that. And I genuinely believe Cloud, I kind of thought at the end of Advent Children, the Terror Corrupt that Sephiroth has been harvesting reaches a certain level. And I think we can see proof in Remake Part 1 that all of the Genova cells are way more amplified. And you could say this is the remakification, and that's what I thought for the longest point. Like Cloud literally projecting Nibelheim onto the environment, the failed clones not being as freaking useless. So this guy, R6, actually serves a purpose in this game. He helps Seph appear around and Marco. But what sealed it was the bridge scene. Seph going from illusory Seph and then at Tifa touching Cloud, turning into tangible Seph. That really solidified for me that there is something in the illusory thing, plus the two Midgars. And what I kind of extrapolated as a second idea rather than dream is that it's kind of like there's a performance going on. I really got that from Jessie being the Loveless, not Loveless, the Golden Saucer Plate actress.
The princess.
Such a weird insertion.
Yeah.
Yep. Her dad being in the coma, like he's trapped in the heart of the planet, which I do believe is where we are. I think we are in a stage of the live stream.
We're in the live stream, yeah.
Like a depth to the heart of the planet that is so convincing. And we kind of have proof because when they pass through the portal, they're in the live stream at that point. And Barrett looks around and he says, well, it looks normal to me. So that's kind of proof it can be that realistic and tangible. And I really like the idea that this first stage was like the dream of the planet or the hope for its own salvation, to keep the events on, to basically conform to OG so that it knows it has a chance to survive. And that conforming to OG, kind of you could interpret that as the whispers are here to keep the actors on the script. And if the actors go off script, they're there to bring them back on. And even just like things with like the cats. So many fucking cats in this game, man. And they were always everywhere. But usually always when Cloud was doing something different to OG. And I went around looking what that meant. And in esoteric interpretation, cats are a symbol of when you're being led astray. So I did the whole Jessie is a red herring video. This is kind of a performance. And now they've changed. Integrate intermission, which literally means the break in the middle of a performance. I was like, this has got to be fifth act Loveless. It's got to be fifth act. And you guys told me, yes, I did a whole theory, and you guys actually told me Nomura is calling this saga the fifth installment of the compilation. And sort of what I've been looking into Loveless, Sleepezi is much tighter on Loveless lore than me, but what I found super intriguing is in Loveless, there's 3 predominant characters trying to search for the gift of the goddess. It's the prisoner, the hero, and the traveler. That was it, the traveler.
Yep, slave, hero, and traveler.
Yeah, and you kind of have.
Huh?
What Weiss is the prisoner? The one chained to the throne?
Well, this is the thing. I started thinking down the line of which character is in which role, and Genesis does the same thing because he believes that he's the hero and Zack's the prisoner, and then Jules the wanderer. And what he realizes at the end is that that's not the case. He was the prisoner, and Zack was in fact the hero. And that's why when Zack's going up at the end of Crisis Core, he says, "Would you say I became a hero?" And I was like, if they're now making a Loveless, if this is truly the 5th act, of which we've only had not entirely accurate versions of it, because we have what we believe is Genesis version, which is what was it? Even if the morrow is barren of promises,
nothing shall forestall my return.
Yeah, and the idea that that's not accurate is because it's in his apocalypse, which is his digital mind wave, which is a further extrapolation of what I was saying in memory shamanism, is that I think memory equals fantasy strength in this game. And that it not only empowers the characters, but it's also what binds them, and that they actually garner power from each other. And of course, I didn't even realize that, of course, digital mind wave, you've got like the pachinko slots, and if you get like 3 Aerith or 3 songs or whatever, Zack's spiritual resonance, and you get like the memories of those characters, his spiritual resonance hits that point where he can perform their ability. And of course, when Zack does Apocalypse, again, it's for Genesis, it's got that not entirely accurate 5th verse of Loveless. So I took it further because, and I didn't even realize this, but apparently in OG, Sid Highwind fell asleep during Loveless, and he woke up to hear a snippet of and of course, this is the dramatization version, which we've seen in remake. All the people in the sector are kind of hyped about Loveless when the date's coming out. Have you got tickets? Have you seen the final act? And again, similar to Genesis's version, it references a promise. What was the exact line? It's between a woman and her lover, and it basically talks about them promising to return to each other and come together at the end of it. And there is no doubt in my mind that Aerith is replacing Minerva as the live stream goddess. I always feel weird saying this point because it seems so out there, but is it really? Do you guys think that Aerith is becoming the new will and representation of the live stream in place of Minerva? That's crazy.
Yes, it does sound crazy.
With like Kadaj getting welcomed in by Aerith, and him calling her mother. It's got to be right.
Well, the end of the original game is Aerith has a very large hand in actually calling forth the live stream, and she's the one that manages to destroy Meteor. So I think that alone, having the influence to encourage the live stream to destroy Meteor is, I think there's every reason to suggest that she has the strongest element of goddess about her at the moment.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense that the planet would pick her in the sense that Sid said when he was up in space that he got the perspective that the planet was a little scared child lost in space, and it ties in with the theme of the mothers, which that within itself is a whole topic. You've got Jillian, you've got Cloud's mum. Quick on Cloud's mum. I know I'm tangenting here, but
it's definitely Claudia. Yeah, is Minerva.
Do you think? Wow, damn man, what was that?
Nothing. I didn't say that. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. Was that what you're gonna ask? Did he beat you to the punch?
No. It's just okay. I will say that the one obsession topic that both Pez and I share is like, why the fuck is Cloud strong? You know, like, why is he strong? Who are his parents? Right. Why is his mom named Claudia? That sounds made up as fuck. You know, like, the whole thing is dumb. And
you know,
and there's 4 versions of that stupid scene where he kills Sephiroth. Like, it's really upsetting and annoying. I do want to say real quick, for the people that don't know Pez's videos and stuff like that, a lot of the terms he's using, like digital mind wave and like dream space theory, like he's dropping these terms like because they're ways that he in his theory videos has conceptualized. You know, it's like a system by which he's explaining things. So I encourage you not to take them at face value. Actually watch his videos to explain the mechanics of what he's talking about, because it's
I've honestly got to state that I can't do a video without being, for this to make sense, you should watch this one, this one. Because as you guys know, like, you evolve your thought process and you kind of have to start explaining everything from
you create your own metric by which to like formulate your thoughts, and then you start speaking in this language you've invented, and sometimes you can forget that other people weren't with you on that journey. So to directly answer your question, which is like, do I think Aerith might be? I think eventually Aerith might end up being the ultimate steward of the planet. Like, she might take Minerva's role, maybe eventually. But I think at the end of Remake, what we have is that she's somewhat an enemy of the planet. She's an enemy of the planet now. I think she has made she has separated herself from the will of the planet, because we see often that the planet is not necessarily pro-humanity. In fact, it's
altruistic. Absolutely. Like,
right and wrong.
Such a ridiculous idea.
Good and bad are not really in its wheelhouse. It is an animal. It's survival or not, you know.
I think that I kind of get the vibe that that's what the 3 figures on Aerith's wall painting meant. You got the white robed, the rebirth, the white etc., maybe more altruistic. You got the black, the destruction. They understand the necessity to break down a cycle to begin anew. Then we had the red one in the middle. The red mage, judgment, and that's Genesis. That's Minerva. They're here to balance.
Right.
Sephiroth looks at Aerith and says, "You've got clouded eyes," and Aerith looks at Sephiroth and says, "You're wrong. No, you're just outright wrong." And I really feel that's why Minerva and Genesis is so important, because they represent a third ideology.
They represent the balance of the planet, because, like, Minerva's got both purple and gold iconography all over her color scheme.
Such a weird idea. I don't know where you're getting any of that. But I'm gonna need to see some hardcore evidence of this flower. And
I want to give Sleepezi the opportunity to talk about other planetary instruments that may have shown up at certain parts of the compilation that employ this color scheme. So if you want to take it away, Big Dog.
I don't even know what you're referring to.
Okay, that's fine. Honest. You don't have to talk about it.
You can set me up. I don't know exactly.
You can keep it close to your chest.
I don't know what we're talking about.
Okay, all right. Fair enough.
I'll quickly round it out what I was saying about the hero, the traveler, and the prisoner. The reason I mentioned those not being any definitive person, as Genesis was essentially trying to knuckle down, I kind of sensed, well, if we were trying to look at that dynamic in FF7 Remake now, who would fit each one? What I kind of realized is I don't think the remake, the Traveler, the Wanderer, and the Hero are specific people. I kind of see it more as the process every individual has to go through to unlock the gift of the goddess. And it makes sense because every character in this game fits that beat. Aerith starts the game as a prisoner. You know, she's scared of open sky. She misses the still sky. She's forced to go out into the world on this travel. She's drawn by her intuition to like the sleeping forest, and it's by breaking out of the prison, traveling, she becomes a hero. I mean, even like Nanaki, he starts as a prisoner, and then Bugenhagen has to tell him to go on his travels, which he has to, and he becomes a hero. You could even look at like Sephiroth. You could say he was a prisoner most of his young life, which he was in it as a lab rat. And he believes that by going on a traveling the cosmos, traveling the stars, he believes he'll be a hero. Because Sephiroth in his mind thinks he's a hero. Of course he does. He thinks he's salvaging humanity, taking them to a brighter future. And it didn't matter which character I looked at, they all fit this beat. And Cloud, he starts, of course, literally as a prisoner in a Mako tank. And I kind of see in part 1 that he's transitioning from prisoner to wanderer. He's in that process, and that's essentially what Destiny's portal opening up. We'll be changing ourselves from here. They're going out into the travel. That's the significance of leaving Midgar, because travel. And I remember listening to a School of Life video. It was a School of Life video talking about the personal development and how one can foster emotional intelligence. And it always stuck with me because they said that the number one thing that does that is travel. Travel is what gives you perspective on the world. It's what breaks down arguably your narrow-mindedness. Insular communities can often have the most racism and bigotry. And it's the process of traveling that allows even something like the concept of home, which is fundamentally dear and so prevalent in FF7 Remake. Marlene, so goddamn cute. Like, are they coming to destroy our home? But it's such a dear thing. But at the same time, home can also be a prison because it's something that you fight to defend. I've got all my nice stuff. I want to protect it. They've got that nice stuff. And what I think home kind of represents ideologically in FF7 is that it kind of contributes to the curse of individualization. I've used this terminology a lot, but when one is over-identified with their life, the traumas they've experienced, the hardships they've had, that's what the whispers are. That's what the ghosts in the train graveyard are. They're people who could not let go of the things they experienced in their life. And ultimately, they can't diffuse into the live stream. They can't be at peace. And that's why I think the prisoner traveler hero dynamic is so important, because I'm starting to believe that is the extrapolation of what the gift of the goddess is, and that Aerith is here to break down humanity's over-attachment to things like their homes. Because what are homes? They're like monuments of individualization. They scream everything about you, your life, where you come from, your nationality. They have your pictures. They have all of your trinkets. And it's about having those things, but at the same time kind of transcending them. And that's what I believe this entire performance is about, this whole performance aspect, this tie of Loveless. I think that's fundamentally what would be powerful about bringing Loveless and making this the fifth act. Because, and again, the reference repeatedly about a promise and returning to each other, that is an Aerith and Cloud thing through and through. Like, what was it? When Aerith leaves Cloud in the Sleeping Forest, she says, "I'll come back when it's all over." Then at the end of OG, Cloud says, I realize it. I can go and see Aerith. We'll go see her. Then we switch like Advent Children, where Aerith says, you came for me. That's all that matters. Even though you're about to break. When you look at like the Hollow theme song, does anyone else like kind of interpret it as like a Cloud and Aerith power ballad? It's really how it comes across to me, at least. And
Oh, I was gonna say I have quite a few things to say about the Loveless thing, but if anybody else, because I'd like just to give like Mo or you a chance.
I'll quickly run out what I was gonna say. So I fundamentally see that this promise and this missing chapter of Loveless, centered around promise. I always said I think it would be so beautiful if a promise between Cloud and Tifa starts the game. A promise that he'll come for her if she needs him. And if it's a promise between Cloud and Aerith, one that hasn't been made yet, that will become the fifth act of Loveless. And the reason why we've never had the 5th act, tomorrow is barren of promises, is because the promise between those two haven't happened yet. And what that promise could be, because it ties with what I kind of see as like impermanence, and Sakaguchi wrote it. It was like 7 years after the death of his mother. He kind of made some quite deep comments about, would you sacrifice a world or live in an idealistic world where all the people you loved were still around, but you had none of the memories that you had garnered from it? I kind of feel like maybe Cloud could be at least tempted with that offer that, like now maybe Zack's alive, maybe, I don't know, maybe Biggs, maybe Wedge, maybe Jesse. I kind of feel like Cloud's going to have to, it would just be so perfect for his character development growth to finally make a decision. He's always been the victim of losing the people he's loved, for him to actually come to real peace with it. And that is the promise he could make to Aerith, is that he's going to basically follow the path that she's taught him, which is the acceptance of impermanence. She says in that date scene, every moment is fleeting and precious. We have to make the most of every moment. Whereas Sephiroth is going to try to always pull him back with like the bait of his trauma. And if that promise gets made between Aerith and Cloud, and that becomes, whether that's Neo Midgar or just Cloud saving the world, whatever it may be, that could in some way become the promised land. And I just go back to the first remake trailer we have ever had. What did they say? They said, "At last, the promise has been made." Ooh,
which happened to consequently follow the last compilation entry, which was Crisis Core and the 5th act being revealed during the climax of Even If Tomorrow is Barren of Promises. So the whole thing was that way. And obviously with Crisis Core, the epilogue for that was the opening of Final Fantasy VII. So there does seem to be a connection with that.
Yeah, and that's essentially why I think we've got now Weiss in here. The whole thing about him, because the wording of Weiss's bio is so weird. What was he said? It's time to raise the curtain
on the beginning
of the end.
Yeah,
it's the beginning that is the end. So the end is the beginning, and the beginning is the end. That's a really good Smashing Pumpkins song. Go check it out. It's really good.
Smashing Pumpkin.
Yeah. It was before Billy Corgan went full nuts, so it was good.
It's a good one.
Yeah, he got into chemtrails, and it was a phase. But so okay,
so those are my thoughts anyway. I know it's pretty out there, and like all my theories, I add my own flourishes of what
and that's why we have you. That's why we have you on. You go really far down these. You connect these things, and then you create a narrative based on these constructs, and they go really fun and out there. And I will admit that it has been a long. I think it's been longer for me than you since there was any trips to Peru. So it's a little bit more out there.
Bro.
But hey, I might go back soon. When
did you go to Peru, man?
12 years ago.
Damn.
I know. I was an absolute like renegade at the time. Nobody was doing it. It was way before it was cool. I was the hipster of that stuff.
Hipster of ayahuasca.
Yeah. So it's like it's 1,000-year-old practice. It's like, well, not 1,000 years, but it's. I'm not gonna claim any ownership of that. But so so I'm not quite thinking that it's gonna go that far. I do still think that we're gonna get some major character deaths. I don't think Aerith is gonna make it. I don't. There's a bunch of stuff like that, and I could go into those theories. We'll go into those theories as we branch more into Aerith, but. I do want to give Mo some real room to talk about what he thinks before we ultimately move on from Deepground and from Intergrade into like Aerith proper. What what is happening, Mo, in Final Fantasy VII Intergrade?
I'm a very old man.
yeah,
Quick pee.
Yeah, go for it.
Keep going.
I love the kimono.
Okay. To be honest, there's the only thing I've really got to add to this at the moment was my initial thoughts on the new intermission content. There's a few things that popped out for me. I really like the Fort Condor game idea. I think that's maybe going to show up
Me too.
as a mini game, the same way that the darts did. Because the way that the quote from Polk is, it's almost as if it's suggesting that the player sits down and actually plays a game with him. I really like Viz's idea about the code names. I'm still hanging on that it is actually Nelly, Al, and Finn. So they do seem to fit the characters very well.
So yeah, let's dial into that. Okay, so which one is the artist? And okay, and then,
that would be I'm assuming.
So which one is Finn?
Finn is the. Oh,
Maybe it's Poke.
hello.
You think Finn is Poke?
I think Finn is Poke.
Finn is Poke. The
Okay.
one who writes the stamp logos, right?
Right.
That's
Yeah.
Finn. Yeah.
Okay, and so who then would be Al? Do we think Al is
That would have to be Billy Bob.
Billy Bob.
Billy
is
Bob?
100%
And so at that point, then Gigi is just a new character.
Well,
Yeah.
he's the one associated specifically with Wutai, so his involvement is
And-
now
yeah.
specified pretty heavily.
And also at this point, since he's Wutaian, like Gigi is a name that seems more Wutaian, and we didn't hear any kind of names like that in that list. So it's possible, yeah. I'd be down for that. Okay.
I think
I just
it's-
wanted to
think
clarify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't
I
say
think the way that
Nelly
it's-
looked like Tifa? Ooh.
No.
I
The
was
Nelly's
not
coming, right?
Nelly and Jesse are similar. That
Yeah.
I think the way it's presented, or the way that the characters are presented during Barrett's resolution in chapter 14, it's so similar. Like the whole idea about Niall being a quartermaster as well. It's like, what are the chances of that? What?
Well, it doesn't
Al.
sound.
I don't know, but Pez might agree with me. But when you think of just Al's Diner or something like that, it does scream America.
and
to me,
very Billy Bobish. Yeah.
Yeah, so it does. I think Viz is onto something. Or when I say think, I hope Viz is onto something.
I think we all do. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the donation. Thank you very, very much.
Giannuzzi. Thank you, mate.
So that was one of the things that jumped out at me. One of the other things as well, and Sleepezi touched on it, is the sort of timeline. I've seen a couple of comments out there that what has been presented by Square Enix in terms of Weiss's bio about being chained by the scientists, being he's the ruler of Deepground, he's chained by the scientists, right?
So weird that.
It is, but it's see when you. The whole thing reads pretty vague to me, to the point where it doesn't directly contradict anything that's going on from the canon, because the restrictors did answer to President Shinra, the executive. So
the restrictors in play currently, right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the way that the timeline is. The timeline is that the online mode takes place prior to Final Fantasy VII playing out. It's something that's sort of confused quite a lot of fans, just how, because it's not so well presented in the cutscenes itself, and there's very, very limited information that is actually available on the internet nowadays. But basically what happens is the idea behind the multiplayer mode was that it was supposed to be like replayable. So there's no the player character that you pick at the beginning of the game helps the Spheres to defeat one of the restrictors and remove them from the sort of pot of restrictors, as it were. And the idea is that only when all of the restrictors are defeated is the rebellion, or do the Spheres actually take over. But
Yeah.
the point of the game is that you defeat one of the restrictors and then the player character dies, we have to start again. So it doesn't actually determine exactly how many restrictors there are or whatnot. Because the idea is that you're supposed to keep going, but defeating the restrictor at the end of the online mode has to happen before Final Fantasy VII, because the pool of candidates that are picked have to come from the outside world, but Deepground gets sealed off during Meteorfall. So all of this has to start and end before Meteorfall.
But
Which means that the restrictors are therefore still in charge of Deepground at this particular time in Remake.
I'll be completely honest. Sorry. Let me know when I can interject with you. I've got some questions.
Go ahead, Pez.
Well, I was just thinking, because the way I've kind of seen the VR, I don't know what your chaps' thoughts on it are, but when we kind of have the VR segments, showing us the summons and whatnot, and then we had the flashback with the Cetra, which we know that was just a Shinra created one, but then we have the trip out and Cloud sees the apocalyptic ending. Can we yet deduce that the VR which runs on Mako is just a virtual piece of equipment that can express memories that exist in the live stream? Because of course the live stream isn't confined to any timeline. The past, the present, and the future all exist in one moment in the live stream. And what's weird about the idea of that physically being Weiss chained to that chair is it does look like the VR environment, and we see him like flashing, like he's Data. Of course, this naturally ties with Hojo, sexy Hojo, and the worldwide network and everything that he had been creating to basically take over Weiss. So I kind of thought, oh, that could be Weiss, but he's just an extrapolation of the memory of Weiss from the live stream. But it would not necessarily be him.
Basically, during the online mode of Dirge of Cerberus, you fight Weiss multiple times. Now, there's the last time you fight him is actually in the throne room, the same way that the normal Dirge of Cerberus is. But there's a few other battles that take place in a virtual environment, which by definition means that Weiss can be plugged in to the combat simulator. So if he already has SND and has access to a combat simulator, by definition, he should be able to hack the actual overworld combat simulator, which I think is
more him projecting himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the idea of S&D is that S&D allows oneself to project a physical form of, like, it's them interacting with the worldwide network in a virtual reality. Like, they can physically interact with it. So everything that's going on with like the battle simulator is the same concept, but like Cloud is using his like a piece of technology to access those things. Weiss can do it because it's an inherent ability of his to do that. So and to go off of what Mo was saying, is the idea there then is that it doesn't matter like where we are in the timeline. Weiss has this ability to do this from without any, like, there's no evidence to support like this necessarily, because there's nothing to contradict it. As far as we know, like Weiss can just use this like from wherever. But the thing is that and this is the other discrepancy that might come up in the bio for Weiss. But they say he's the ruler of Deepground, but also chained up in Deepground. The contradiction there isn't a contradiction. The reason why Weiss is always seen as the emperor of Deepground, and that's because he is so powerful that, like, even though the restrictors have a very tight, and I without going into every detail of how much control they have, just know that they have the entirety of control over Deepground, regardless of how strong somebody is. But Weiss is so powerful that he can resist a lot of the restrictors' restriction powers, essentially, is what we'll just call them for now. So they have to chain him physically to his throne in order to keep him from literally like causing like utter destruction. And so he's seen as the emperor because he is, like, for all intents and purposes, the only thing in Deepground that's, like, I guess, that warrants that title. But he's not in control.
To remember as well is that from a military perspective, Weiss is the most senior military personnel. The restrictors are separate in the command chain. That think of them as kind of like management rather than like top ranked soldiers. As like Weiss, Nero, and Rosso are the most senior. They are the highest rank of deep ground soldier. The restrictors themselves are not considered to be deep ground soldiers. Everybody else is.
Right. Can I throw a curveball question in here?
That's not like you, Ed. That wouldn't be like you.
well, I mean, what with so Chadley being Hojo's AI, I kind of immediately thought when I saw Weiss, I was like, oh, I bet Chadley somehow like wargs out. He's got like the silver, he like wargs out into like Weiss. That's originally what I thought when I thought it was the VR segment. But you talking about just how much control the restrictors have, and if Weiss does have this S&D type ability that he can interact on, would you call it a digital realm, I guess? My question is, what is it that Chadley said? Because this is what I thought kind of contributed to this being more of a illusory world that Cloud has more control over than he should. Because Chadley, when he data mined Cloud, he wants free will, and he said that by data mining Cloud, he found a way that he could basically get free will, which kind of makes no sense for a robot to be able to do that in the regular kind of setting. What do you think Chadley meant by that then?
That's one of my favorite.
Cloud.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite topics. Chadley is very, very interesting. All of his dialogue is interesting, and it's one of those things.
Took me by surprise. I hated him to start with. I was like, "What's this getting on?"
Yeah.
Whoa.
And, a couple of things of note. And do you mind if I field this, Sleepezi?
I already know where you're. I was going to bring it up, but if you want to, please
okay.
do.
So, one thing that's very interesting about Chadley chromatically, meaning like his color scheming, and I mean, if you Photoshop this, you can pick it out. He has the same chromatic scale as the Moogle doll that Kate Sith uses, which is really interesting. Like, and I think kind of a takeaway from that is that he was manufactured, by the same people, so to speak.
Okay,
and also there's this.
Oh yeah, because I didn't even think of that. I was like, damn, technology has advanced so far because we're getting to the stage of AI, but there was an implication that Kate Sith was more or less achieving.
Well, and that's another thing too. Yeah, the way that Reeve can control the puppets is a massive annoyance to me. Lore wise, it's through an ability that he has had since he was a child called Inspire. He can use this ability Inspire to essentially puppeteer these things. But I'm not actually saying that Reeve is controlling Chadley and that's what's secretly actually going on. But I think he's of the same sort of, like, he's a more advanced version of the Kate Sith doll, and but there's also a lot of dialogue he has, and I encourage you, Pez, to go back and watch the dialogue that me and Viz from Cosmo Canyon Observatory had on the first episode. Vizuvazeth of Cosmo.
How you say? I'd say Vizuvazdath.
You know what? I'm just going to do that from now on. So Vizuvazeth, who I think you should be on his show, by the way. I really do think you should be on his show. Shout out. So I'll make that happen after the stream.
£50 an hour.
Oh shoot. Checks in the mail, Pez. No. No. So the implication being that there's weird time travel-y stuff that he says outside of that. The last line that he says is really, really, really crazy. The whole, like, he's essentially been granted, free will as a result of studying Cloud. Like, whatever is the potential that's locked inside of Cloud is so essentially powerful that it breaks his destiny, which seems to be what Sephiroth wants from him too. Right at the edge of creation, they seem to want the same thing from Cloud. Only Chadley is able to see it. Chadley being the head of VR and being able to, like, appear wherever you are, no matter what, and, like, kind of break the rules of, he uses hub mechanics. So, he's wherever you are. It does scream of something similar to SND, which is the mechanic by what we're talking about here. It is Weiss, it is. So I would be astonished if there isn't some very interesting bit of connection that comes out of Chadley and Weiss through Intermission / Intergrade. Do you have anything to add to that, Mo or Sleepezi?
I don't have anything on the Chadley side. I think you covered it. One of the things that always jumped out to me, though, in terms of Chadley's last line about Cloud's unlocked potential, or the potential within Cloud, I've always kind of thought of that alongside the original game when Hojo is surprised to learn that Cloud is the failed experiment that made it as far as the North Center. Yeah, because he couldn't understand why he cast Cloud aside as nothing. You're just a puppet. You're just a failed experiment. You didn't get a number. But of course, Cloud goes on, and whether or not this is something to do with the transfer of memories and the transfer of inherent abilities at Zack's death, or it's something totally different. That kind of is what jumped out at me at the Chadley bit that he's referring to, and obviously Chadley was created by Hojo and therefore perhaps sees the same potential, or there's the same sort of area of thinking there. But that's as far as I've ever gone with that speculation. So, Pez, I'd like to hear your thoughts on that one.
Specifically, what thoughts would you like to pluck from my head?
Just whether or not you see a connection, or
the whole thing. So the whole thing with Chadley data mining Cloud, finding something that allowed him to have a semblance of free will. I always thought that was kind of a reflection of Cloud's level of power over this version of the remake. But I don't know. I want to throw some questions to everyone. So there's three things that sort of blow my brain a bit. Sephiroth wants Cloud's strength. He wants his strength. Sephiroth, he's tried all these different vessels out, and they've all failed. They've all lost to Cloud. The same Cloud who managed to pick up unenhanced, pick Sephiroth up and lob him. And thirdly, there was also before Crisis, Cloud wasn't enhanced, and he managed to just suddenly take out a bunch of guards. He does like this big old scream, and he takes them out. And Shotgun comments, how did he do that? How does he wield a weapon that big? And I know a lot of people, I know Maximilian Dude kind of hates the idea of Cloud being some sort of like having some sort of magical backstory, right? Like, his dad was someone big, and I get that. If you make Cloud some grandiose thing, but there's definitely enough hints to say Cloud might not be a normal human. And I even say that because isn't it a bit weird that when the bridge collapsed, Tifa was in a coma for 7 days and Cloud walked it off? And I don't think that moment of, back then we only got scraped knees is a small thing, because it came up in OG, it's come up in the remake again, when Cloud falls into the church and the other Cloud comes, and back then we only got scraped knees. I feel there's at least some implication that Cloud isn't normal. And I kind of thought, oh, has that been like destiny protecting him the whole time? Like when he fell, destiny, plot ghost cushioned his fall. Maybe, because when Cloud falls into Aerith's church, we see like the ghosts swirl around him and kind of cushion his fall. But I kind of don't like relegating every mystery in the universe of FF7 to destiny. It's kind of a bit suckish to me. So what I kind of got, and this is probably going to tie into Aerith a bit more, I started thinking of the idea, and this is going to sound stupid on face value, but if Cloud is a weapon. Now, what I mean by that is the weapons, and this is what you inspired me with Sleepezi, that connection you found between Minerva probably being the one who creates the weapons, these big, terrible, machines that can't discern friend from foe. They just they obliterate. They don't have altruism. And if Minerva, the life stream goddess at that point, crafted those weapons, well, if Aerith is essentially ascending to that level, who's she been working on? Who essentially would be her weapon?
Her champion, essentially.
Her champion. Yeah, and like all the souls that she has gathered over Maiden Travels of the Planet, which is most of the planet. The entire planet answers Aerith's call. That's how they come at the end. And so many diffuse their essence to Aerith's. And I'm like, if we think in metaphysical life stream angle of viewing it, if all of these souls have contributed their power to Aerith and Aerith gives her all to Cloud, is that what has basically made Cloud throughout his entire life? Because that's the kind of thing that transcends space and time. This guy who, no matter what scenario he's in, when his back's against the wall, something comes out to save him. He's basically unbreakable at this point. And I think maybe that's why Sephiroth's like, because he asks after he gets picked up, he says, "What are you? What are you?" It's impossible. So that's always what I've thought. Like Cloud has vicariously got the support of the life stream, the souls of the planet, and that's why when Chadley data mines him, that he finds this ability to gain his own freedom. So that's my thoughts. I don't know.
I've actually got a really good theory on this one.
Chat. I'd love to hear chat thinks as well.
Oh, sorry.
Well, everyone, I'd like to. Does anyone think Cloud has some sort of like immaculate beginning, or has something special about him?
I do, and it's an unpopular opinion. I think a lot of people, and I actually, the weapon analogy isn't bad. It's close. I feel like he could just have plot protection. He could just be, the character. Yeah, but even his name's affiliation with his hometown, and Nibelheim being, kind of a central portion of everything. Everything kind of centers around Nibelheim. And that of course comes from Niflheim, and I don't want to take any of Moe's Norse thunder, but that is one of the nine realms. It's closest to the home of the mist, and so it's very likely that that was through language transliteration issues and just sort of haphazardness. Thank you for the follow, by the way, and thank you for the gifts. Oh, thank you for the gifts.
Let me know when I can jump in
Hoffman, baby.
Ray,
nice.
Thank you so much,
Ray.
But
Dude,
so yeah,
stuff, man.
Nibelheim is the home of Cloud. That's really kind of what that I think is supposed to mean. So here's this special character. He's affiliated with Fenrir, which brings about the Ragnarok. With the end of days, his role with killing Odin is very important. And so he's got this. There's a lot of symbology tied to him being special outside of just the events. And like you said, all those events have bothered me forever. However, I do think that I would be the amount of satisfying lore answers to why Cloud could be as strong as he is. are very outnumbered by really bad ones. And if there were anything that they could just, it would be better if they just left it mysterious. Like they never answered it. Like I don't want him to answer it. I don't want him to answer it that he's just a normal dude. I don't want that answer either. Leave that a mystery, please. Yeah. You know, and I think never answer why anybody would be naming Claudia's child Cloud, you know, like Cloud. That's dumb. Like, don't answer that. Just leave that mystery and answer all the other dumb stuff. Yeah.
I think going back to the sort of mythology side of things is that obviously, as we've spoken about, a massive amount of Norse mythology in there, a massive amount of Judeo-Christian theology in there as well. So my theory is actually that Claudia, when Nomura first drew the sketches for Claudia Strauss, and it is Strauss is the surname that was given at the time, he also gave it her age, which was 33. So assuming she's 33 at the time of her death and Cloud is 16, it means that she gave birth to Cloud when she was 17. So Cloud's father is never mentioned anywhere, so we can obviously just assume that it's an immaculate conception, right?
Yeah.
Damn it.
And based on, you know, obviously that ties into the Judeo-Christian side of things. Also ties into the Norse side a wee bit, because from Norse mythology and the creation myth even, the mists from Niflheim poured into what was the yawning void. It was called Ginnungagap. And when the heat from Niflheim heated the mists, it created water, and from that water grew the first giant, or Orgomir, or Ymir. And Ymir didn't actually have a gender. It was, what's the word for both sets of reproductive organs?
Hermaphrodite.
Hermaphrodite, there we go. So Ymir was actually a hermaphrodite, gave birth to the first giant. Therefore, you've also got a situation where both Norse mythology and Judeo-Christian mythology have this child being born from a single entity. I've literally just made this up on the spot. So basically, what I'm getting at is that Cloud is actually Berserker Jesus.
Berserker Jesus.
That's a tagline too. That's a
that has to be the name of this video. Berserker Jesus.
What do you think about this, Mo? Because me making that comparison, that may be through Aerith's like love of Cloud, and because she has this power as this mother archetype, the shamanistic role, which your mention of Cedar, like Aerith essentially playing Freya, Cedar being the power to see the future, the power to weave in new events, to decide the fate of men. And like there's a whole thing that they even do it with a staff, and they use it to commune with like the spirits. Was that Cedar, or that was the Volva?
No, yeah, the Cedar is that type. It's a very specific type of magic, and when you use fate there, it's quite difficult to sort of explain. Fate and future are not the same thing, or they weren't considered the same thing by the Vikings. So the Volva, who were the human females who practice, who practice Cedar. When we talk about fate, the way that I've tried to explain this before is like fate is the destination, and the Cedar is how you shape the journey to that destination. So you can't change where you're going; you can only change how you get there.
But eventually it all comes back around. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So if your fate is to die on the battlefield, Cedar will allow you to see or shape how which battlefield you die on, the method of your death, etc., or when this is going to happen, but you will still die on the battlefield type idea. So that's how Cedar works.
So if Aerith kind of plays a role similar to Freya, could you argue that Cloud kind of represents a little bit of Balder then? Because of course Freya made one of her sons more or less indestructible. I think there was the whole thing about, was it Baldur and his partner Nana? They were both like trapped in Helheim for like the longest of times, or Niflheim, or one or the other. But yeah, it kind of makes me feel like the whole Freya, Baldur, Cloud, Aerith scenario.
Well, there's a couple of things just to sort of bring up in terms of the way that the mythology is. There's an awful lot of scholars who believe that Freya and Frigg are the same the same goddess.
Right.
And there's an awful lot of evidence to show that was the case.
Wasn't she?
Freya was sort of promised, like she was the one that was most associated with Cedar, but she was also associated with beauty, fertility, sexuality. Frigg was more the Mother Earth kind of figure, but she was also able to sort of see the future. But there's a lot of evidence to indicate that both of these figures actually came from the same goddess originally, like further back in Germanic history. But for the certainly by the time that the Norse myths were written down in the 13th century, they were actually two distinct figures. So Baldur is the son of Frigg and Odin. So there's, you know, you can still use the same sort of idea that Odin himself was the male sorcerer, or the male most associated with Cedar. And you're not wrong that there's in terms of the video that you put out. There's an awful lot of your theory is absolutely bang on if you kind of change the names a little bit. So, like Mike Gallagher, for example.
So I called him Mike, and his real name's Mildred. Easy mistake.
Basically, the idea that you're getting at here is that there's very much you could very, very easily argue that from Norse mythology there's plenty of evidence to show that Aerith, as a sort of seeress, is able not necessarily to shape fate, but certainly shape how we get there. She can change. She can change future events. She can see the future. And you know, again, if you wanted to go down the Baldur route, you would have to sort of connect that with Frigg and the Mother Earth. So that's then
Aerith is an extrapolation of Earth, isn't it? Aerith.
Why wouldn't you even? How could you make the assumption of Mother Earth when she's just called Mother all the time? I think that's a bit of a.
Mother's tossed around a bit much.
Cloud realized that Aerith was Zach's woman, and he tried to get himself adopted and Advent Children instead.
Me and Babyseal and Sleepezi had this discussion previously, where based on Cedar, if you're actually looking at that again, Cedar cannot change the eventual outcome. It can only change how you get there, which suggests to us that the outcome of remake, important things that are going to happen, or the important things of the original game, will still happen in remake for that exact reason. Remake will change how you get to them. But do
you not think what we saw in the VR will come to pass? You know, Cloud and Sephiroth back to back, Meteor coming down, live stream's not coming, Holy's not coming. Do you think that will actually come to pass?
No, I don't think. I think the whole Destiny thing is a red herring. I think it is. The whole idea is that we're now unsure of what's going to happen, so that when it happens again, it'll hit us harder.
Right. From a meta perspective, I definitely agree that it's all part of a setup, for sure. Yeah. I do think, however, we might see some of that stuff explored again in a meta way. Like, I wouldn't be surprised again. Oh, thank you, Viz. Man, all my friends are gifting me, and it's and you guys are all my friends, by the way. So I totally agree that from a meta perspective, like, you know, there's a setup that's a little bit kind of heavy-handed. Like, the only way to recreate the feeling of uncertainty again, to make these emotional sacrifices hit as hard as they did again, is with this kind of this this kind of red herring of destiny. I do, however, I would be really surprised if we don't see like, through some kind of, vision or something like that, more of that, world of ruin that was displayed in the VR segment, where this is what happens if Sephiroth wins completely, if you fail here today. I would be really surprised if we don't see that. And I'm not super sold that we'll ever see Neo Midgar in any real way, but it does seem kind of like a wasted concept if we never see that come to fruition in some kind I know.
I'd love to see humanity actually going like eco-friendly at the end of the game. To actually see, I don't know. Do you guys like the more flirtatious ending, or do you want some more definitive outcomes?
It's hard for me to criticize what I thought was such a perfectly ambiguous ending. That being said, I don't feel like they could ever recreate the ambiguity, like ever.
Yeah.
I think that I do hope that we see some kind of conclusion, and just from a personal level, from the lives of the creators, like the people that have poured their heart and soul into this, I think that they are planning on concluding this before they die. Like I think we will see something definitive, something that feels a little less open-ended.
I think it would be so silly for them to have gone so far off.
Yeah.
I don't want to say so far off the rails of the story, but be so bold in changing everything.
Yeah.
Not to give us some new version of the ending. And quickly mentioning you said about what they might change in terms of like Aerith's death. Does anyone else get like a real big univibe with Aerith in this game, in the sense that she seems to be way more struggling with the idea of her sacrifice? Like she's aware of it.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, there's even a little scene between Aerith and Seth where Seth says, "Can you not see?" Like she's fighting him, and he's like, "Can you not see your future?" Even he's kind of baffled. I like Aerith saying, "Oh, there's one more step that needs to be taken," and she clenches her fist and says, "Maybe I'll just give up. That's what I'm good at." I get a vibe that Aerith this time, like she's wondering, do I just go through with my Cetra duty, or shall I actually just have a life with the people I care about?
See, okay,
I think, go on.
Is because I think what this is leading up to, right, is that Aerith communes with the planet and is in constant contact in a very ambiguous way, even to her in the original game, where she, in the Sleeping Forest, it's one of the things that she very clearly like makes the point of is that like I'm just being led. Like I don't know exactly what is happening.
Yes.
But hear the voice of the planet, and it's just egging me to go. And this goes back to what Mo was saying about like this undefined sort of pathway to an event. But she has the feeling of what's happening. So she can sense it. She just doesn't know exactly what the outcome of that is, or where she's going, or anything like that. And in
OG, you mean?
Yeah, in OG.
Yeah.
And that is why she's so, but she's committed to the path. She's 100% committed to that path. In remake, she's far more fucking hesitant. And I think back to the idea of like how she, again, taking into the idea, I'm gonna just stop with like with the passive unraveling of this information.
Yeah.
Is that the end result of the game is something bad. So what she's following, she knows is not going to end well for anybody that she actually cares about. So by that definition, right, of like, I'm aware of the outcome of the events and they're not good, but the planet wants me to go towards that. The conflict is, do I listen to the planet, or do I chart a new course?
Yeah.
In order to fix this. But the thing about that is that it's not balance anymore. That's what the planet is seeking for her to accomplish, is that your purpose is to balance the scales, like holy and the black materia. Holy is the like counter materia to the meteor materia, to the black materia. So that is the balance. And then she makes that balance happen through summoning the life stream because it's too late. So there's always this constant, like, you need to be here to balance the scales. Weapons are summoned when the planet is threatened. All of these things are in place to keep good and evil in check. But the thing that ultimately, from what we're sort of seeing in the remake, is that the outcome of this is that the live stream is significantly weakened compared, in my opinion, to the live stream that we experience in
OG,
which is that there's almost like Sephiroth. The idea is that Sephiroth has won somewhere in time. He's completed the duty of corrupting the live stream, and because of that, there is no balance. So he's already, like, the end result is Sephiroth, like, and there's no contradicting that. So for Aerith, she listening to because this comes up in the dialogue with Aerith, right? Is that, like, Sephiroth wants nothing more than the planet to be safe. Like in remake, he's like, you need to, like, the planet is crying out, and, like, you need to like stop the suffering of the planet. He's not talking about the planet as we know it of Final Fantasy VII, where it's just this pure spiritual essence. This is a corrupted. This is what's keeping Sephiroth alive. Is this idea of what the live stream is at this point? So she completely goes, and even though it's completely not in her, it's in her power to change things, but she's supposed to listen to the planet, because that's what the Cetra are. They're like led by the power, and they need her to listen to her. Otherwise, this is what is the result: is boundless, terrifying freedom. Which Sephiroth coming into power in a bigger way than we've ever seen him before, and then Aerith, like, in this instance, there is no safety net. They're like, now that she's entered into this process, like, the planet doesn't have a way of accounting for, like, what she's done, essentially. This also goes back to what this destiny talk is. And in Loveless, to go back to that, Loveless is this idea of the gift of the goddess is like a freedom of some kind. And this is the freedom that is sort of explained in Crisis Core in a very intense way by Zach. Is that wings are the pathway to freedom. And that's what they describe in interviews about, like, Angeal's wing, the big blue sky, which is something that Aerith is constantly referencing, but directly with the portal that she creates, she is signifying that this portal is freedom, and everything that freedom is through here. And that's what all of the characters have wanted. So, like, Genesis wants freedom from his role of a slave. So that was one of the contradictions of Loveless is that Genesis is very aware that he is the slave. But the problem is that he wants to be the hero. And he starts to seek out a means of defying the role that destiny has given him, essentially. Is he doesn't want to play that part. And so he wants to reenact Loveless in the hopes that he can get this the defying of his role. And he sort of does. The planet offers him, like, a way out of this thing, but I don't think that what is necessarily being offered is actually in his favor. It's like, this is a pseudo other puppet of ours now. Like, Genesis can be used against anything that we need him to be used for. He's like a weapon. I designate him, like you designate Cloud, as like a weapon of the planet. But this all comes back to this idea of, like, defying destiny, and, like, what the implication of the Harbinger might be isn't necessarily freedom from the predetermined events, but more or less a sort of detachment from, like, the rails that you were supposed to be on. So eventually these, and even Sephiroth is sort of freaked out about this at the end of the game. Like, he wants destiny to be defied, but he needs Cloud to do it still. That's why he's not being like, oh, like, I want to see you suffer. He's like, no, I need you. Like, I need you to do this. And I'm going to try and play to your better nature, which is never Sephiroth's, like, MO. It's never in the entire compilation, in any scene that we've ever seen him with. He only wants to fuck with Cloud. And when he denies him, he does fuck with him, because he's like, okay, well, like, what are you going to do with the 7 seconds? And then he leaves. So he goes back to his other tricks in a moment where he didn't get what he wants. So
Yeah.
the idea of destiny is still a structure to be defied. And it also goes back to the fact that like the live stream is a bigger cycle, is like he's looking at the universe of like he's looking out in the cosmos of Final Fantasy VII and saying that these are things that he wants to like, you know, he wants to be a part of these things. He wants to assimilate them, which also is something that Clark brings up, is that Genova, and when I was saying like the corruption of the live stream, is the corruption of the live stream is sort of like Genova has assimilated the live stream's function at this point. Is that the reason why Sephiroth talks about the live stream and saving it is because now whatever Genova is spiritually, because of the negative live stream, is one and the same thing. And that's like he's like now officially like the parasite that is like coexisting with the live stream, and that there's no one without the other at this point.
Yeah. I like the idea of what you said with the planet now being in pain, and Sephiroth acknowledging that because there's been so much Terra Corrupt. And arguably, would it not be the case that if Sephiroth was actually able to go through with his plan, it would actually kind of resolve it in a way? Because ultimately, doesn't this planet at this point just need another destruction cycle? Like, for the very purposes that the black materia were created, if they can have another destruction cycle and ship the planets off, then the problems would be somewhat solved. But I do think there's something to note in the fact that Aerith is kind of given all of these characters this free will to pursue these different paths. Maybe not the final outcome, but the destination to it, like you said. But she's done it for everyone else. But here she is not even giving it to herself. And I love the idea that she's asking Cloud not to fall in love with her because he just wants to make it easier for herself to continue with this path.
So I that's a great point. Like that she is essentially going against her plan. It's pretty clear that what's ordained for her, she no longer agrees with. And so does that mean,
does she even know she was like Sleepezi was kind of implying, like she was led to that
right, the idea of a greater destiny. And
a very brief example of this happening in prior events of the compilation is that Zirconiad, the final boss of Final Fantasy VII, dies, right? And Jade Weapon is summoned not because of the fact that like Zirconiad is about to literally burn the planet to death. It's because the balance of things has been disrupted. So Zirconiad is supposed to be the restart. It's supposed to send everybody to the live stream. And what Jade Weapon's purpose is to confront Zirconiad. But because the Turks destroy Zirconiad, the Jade Weapon now has to recalibrate what the representation of this is, what the representation of the bad is that it's supposed to fight. And it comes to the conclusion that if the Turks defeated Zirconiad, then the Turks are the target. So what happens when Aerith defies this role and destroys this implemented sort of structure of things is that I think the planet has made her that sort of Turk, like this Turk before crisis thing is recycling itself a little bit. Is that now because Aerith has sort of broken her role, the planet is going to do whatever it takes to reset that thing, because that's just how the structure of everything works. So her specifically, I think, will be a target of some sort of, attention of the planet. So I think and that's to me what makes this so exciting is that the prospect of not only Sephiroth being the villain, but like now the thing that we know is like sort of ambiguous good, the live stream, is also something that we need to start questioning,
right,
as far as what it's doing. in order to like perpetuate these events and roles, and how that needs to be redefined by the party. And it's all like this whole idea of structure takes place in Midgard. Like this idea of like who like is Shinra all bad? Is Avalanche all good? Like not really. It's all right down the line. So the game wants you to question those same properties in both Genova and the live stream. Is that these two entities, while they seem to be good and bad, are not just clear cut like that. There's sacrifices, there's things that it does that are not in the best interest of anybody but itself. So that needs to be assessed by the party and restructured. I think that's what Aerith's ultimate goal is. It's like, how do I find a way out of this so that like my friends can be safe, essentially.
I'm with that. So I think that, so going back to like the Seder principle, that ultimate destiny is something that's sort of a outside concept compared to like immediate destiny. Like the tapestry can be changed, but the end is the same. So what end is going to be different? What is the end that's being protected? And to me, I do not see Aerith as being characterized so selfishly as to be trying to protect directly herself. Like, are they her own interests? Well, they're her friends, and so there is a degree of non-altruistic, motive behind that, but it's still not her. It's not about her. So I think ultimately everything that this is leading up to, and I've said this before on stream, is that Aerith's death will have a different and more expanded meaning here. I think what Aerith's death will ultimately accomplish somehow is the inevitable tie between Sephiroth and Cloud. The one that will make us, the viewer, think that Cloud will ultimately have to die somehow for the story to progress, for Sephiroth to be fully defeated. I think whatever Aerith's ultimate sacrifice will be about will have a lot more to do with severing that connection. Because this isn't the first time that she's purged, like you mentioned at the end of Advent Children, she's purged, Genova's connection from the live stream somehow. So I think she has the ability, through her healing rain, to wipe out Geostigma. Whatever Sephiroth's, mimetic tie to Cloud that's allowing him to stay alive through Cloud, I think that's ultimately what Aerith is going to make a decision to. Because destiny, predetermination aside, choices are still a really important theme in Final Fantasy VII. Like the difference between how one child soldier orphan turns out compared to the next one is a big boon to their character in the Final Fantasy VII compilation, because Sephiroth had a very tragic childhood, and he was a horribly mistreated orphan, and he turned out the way he did. He also had alien influence, sure, but so did Cloud. Cloud was an orphan. His parents were, he was born without a dad. His mother was murdered horribly. He went through a lot, and he chose, albeit with the help of his friends, something different. So that choice is essential to what Final Fantasy is. So yeah, there's destiny. But choice is also important, and I want to bring this in just because it's a little bit in my wheelhouse. So we talk about the way that Norse mythology views time, and Christendom in general. There's all the different possible ways you can view destiny are encapsulated within Abrahamic religion, just because there's millions of different types. The Calvinists believe in predetermination. But if we were just to look at Kabbalah really does there's a focus of Kabbalah that centers around the ability to emanate Ein Sof in a way that manifests your desires or his desires and can change your fate, change your destiny. They use a very different type of terminology. They don't talk about time the same way we do. It's so different in Hebrew, in fact, that it can be a little difficult to apply to like current Western linear time. But it is a theme of Kabbalah. And so we're talking about Sephiroth being this instrument of Sephiroth is literally Kabbalah. Like, that is the tree of life in Kabbalistic religion is called the Sephiroth. And he's, got these 10 emanations of Ein Sof. That tree is called the Sephiroth. And the one that is very commonly affiliated with his seventh wing, because it's red, it's associated with fire and the will to power, which is something that later on Nietzsche references. Is der Will der Macht. So it's this concept of the will to power. And so we've got these two competing like life systems here. We've got like this Norse life system that's got this kind of ebb and flow of things. And then we've got this alien interference from Genova, and everything surrounding Genova, every single thing attached to Genova seems to be rooted in something Judeo-Christian, something Abrahamic. We've got Genova, we've got Genesis, we've got Injil. The entirety of the Genova life system, the Genova life stream, if you will, seems to be affiliated with that kind of world system. And you can make meta-analysis that, very much the same way that Abrahamic religion came and essentially destroyed religions of antiquity like Greek mythology, now called mythology, and Norse mythology. You could say that this is supposed to be a metaphor for that transmutation of world religion. But moreover, what Genova introduces is this idea of becoming powerful enough to overwhelm your destiny and create your own destiny. And so, the lines get blurred of who's good, who's bad, what is good, what is bad. Will Sephiroth and Genova have inadvertently introduced the very mechanism by which the planet can save itself, by which Aerith can save the party, by which Aerith can save humanity? These are all really cool points that they can go down.
For sure.
So
yeah, man. Yeah, definitely. I love that. And what were the notions of good or bad, especially with because going back to the Loveless notion of prisoner, traveler, hero, you could argue that were Sephiroth because Sephiroth wants to do it on a macro picture. He has no faith in humanity or its ability to learn its lesson. He's seen the worst aspects of humanity, and that's why if we say that the path to this game's resolution is to move through prisoner, traveler, hero, he wants to take what he would see as an imprisoned planet or an imprisoned race, imprisoned by their naivety, and if he ships them across the cosmos, that would be the travel process, eventually give them a new start. Whereas the way I see it with Aerith, and going on what you're saying about choice, is it kind of reflects sadly to what I see as how we kind of run the show, is we only start getting our shit together when things are getting to the absolute worst. Like, we're only going to start solving climate crisis and other issues this planet face when they get to their worst stage. Now, you could argue Minerva and the planet has no reason to also have the same kind of faith or trust in humanity. And it seems like every time in FF7 the planet's got to the crisis point, it's always tried to deploy some weapon or some big macro fix. Whereas Aerith, I think that's where she stands very different, is that she kind of wants to give humanity that chance give them that chance to actually try to fix it. Let things get to the brink and give them the choice to try to resolve it. And I know it could get really, really interesting to see how that ideology between Aerith and Seth could be competed, because I got really hyped seeing that Aerith and Seth, their mocaps did like a 4-hour session together for part 2, which I really think that'll probably be, I'd like for it to be like Temple of the Ancients. I kind of even thought it'd be amazing if this next stage of the game is sort of moving into a predominantly Sephiroth themed insertion of the game, because he now has that power over Destiny, and what with Nibelheim being associated with the Nightmare begins, Sephiroth being in the Nightmare, if he kind of weaves in this nightmarish scenario, and I'd love it if he encountered Aerith, and I don't know how we would do this, but if he could send Aerith back to some of like the preset, like the ancient Cetra days, so she has to walk in the shoes of one of her ancestors and actually kind of see what this dividing line between black and white materia is, salvation and destruction, choice versus sort of a macro fix. That's my biggest hope for part 2 of the remake.
I think there's a really interesting thing, kind of following on from what you guys are talking about, that in the original game, we had the scenario where Sephiroth was trying to destroy the planet, and the planet was leading Aerith to destroy Sephiroth or to stop Sephiroth. And those things, where like Sleepezi was talking about, that's the balance, trying to make sure that you've got the positive outcome, but the outcome, while Sephiroth was destroyed, it didn't actually benefit humanity, because humanity within 500 years had disappeared off the face of the planet. And I think what's going on here is
traveling.
Well, true. There's rather than it being a two-way street this time with Sephiroth trying to defeat the planet trying to defeat Sephiroth, there's a situation here where Sephiroth is trying to kind of take the power of the planet so he can travel the cosmos. The party is trying to beat Sephiroth, but now they have the knowledge that they can't follow the planet's course of action, because humanity would then be affected. So they're, as well as trying to stop Sephiroth, they're trying to save humanity. So you then need another factor in, which basically we're in a situation here where what was the optimal outcome? The optimal outcome here is that Sephiroth is stopped, but humanity is not eradicated as a result of that. The obvious answer would be for them to go back to the ways of the Cetra, where they're not actually using up the live stream, where they're not using up natural resources, and therefore the planet has no reason to destroy them. So how do you get into a position where Sephiroth is beaten, but you've also simultaneously convinced humanity to treat the planet as an equal? Not an equal, but you know what I mean? Like, kind of, you're going back the way that Pez is talking there, that you put Aerith back in the Cetra's shoes to learn what was actually going on, how were the Cetra, and how should humanity treat the planet in order to survive. And only at that point do you get to the situation where, okay, if we make this compromise, we can still beat Sephiroth, kind of, and get the optimal outcome. So perhaps that's where the future installments are going. Like, what's the X factor that allows them to do that?
Yeah, and it could really be learning from the lessons from the past. But I love that idea of humans becoming Cetran again. If Marlene at the end of the game is the first person to, I'm calling it now, I'm making the guess, Marlene will hear the voice of the planet. She will hear it at the end, and it can be just a little subtle thing that she hears, and it will be the resolution that humanity has finally found that balance. And maybe that is even what Aerith shushed Marlene with, like showed her. Maybe at some point in the future, Marlene does form a connection with the planet, and that's why Aerith, and she shows it to her when she's young. She might not fully remember it, and Aerith says, don't forget what you just learned. Remember it, and Yeah, I hope, I think that would be such like a simple way to show the resolution. Because yeah, I don't want some big grandiose changes, but I definitely want a resolution of some kind.
Yeah, from Najina's writing as well, you can clearly see that he's very anti-climate change. He's very anti-capitalist, and I think through the message and his writing, he'll try to get the resolution through that. He'll try to suggest a way that humanity in real life can tackle climate change. This message of if you change your ways now, you can save the future.
Yeah, do you think in any way that this Rufus, because I genuinely believe that the Rufus of Advent Children was sincere, and especially if you read his experience in Healing Center, Rufus definitely learned. He was pretty sincere about wanting to save the planet. I kind of would even nominate Rufus as contributing somewhat to being that post-world leader again. And arguably maybe that's why he saw the whispers. Maybe that's why when he takes his father's throne, he has that sour look about him. So I do feel like there's also something fundamentally changing with Rufus. And I did a Rufus theory that there's so much that's weirdly parallel between Cloud and Rufus, that as Rufus travels around the world, like he's just become president, pretty much like rule of the world. He doesn't. The first thing he does is he sets off across the sea after Sephiroth, and it's crazy that Cloud is led on this journey, but he's often hijacking or just on the heels of Rufus. And the thing that they all appear at the northern crater, and Hojo is so perplexed. Why are you the only one who got here? It's also very strange that Rufus got that, and yeah, I feel like that's kind of what I'm picking up from all of these idealistic scenarios coming out in these characters, is that essentially the post-world resolution has happened and the characters are just getting fed intuitions. They're just being guided to it. I guess, again, that's what Aerith is contributing. Like you said, Mo, it's the destination is defined. She is just helping to guide the steps to it. And I think we can see that happening in all the characters.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you on that. My personal theory is that the reason that Rufus can see the whispers is because he has that much of an influence over the compilation. But
yeah,
I think
for sure.
I think in terms of imagine playing through Final Fantasy VII again, like the original game, but playing it from Rufus's perspective, where you're okay, like. I've just arrived to find my father dead. I'm about to take over Shinra. That's great. Oh, great! Here's an ex-soldier who's just arrived to kill my dog. And then you go on and you're like, okay, so we get to Rocket Town. We've been going the wrong way. We need to turn back. Sid, can we borrow the tiny Bronco? Fuck, there's that ex-soldier who's just stolen the tiny Bronco.
But that's the thing, Rufus helps us out so freaking much. I called him in my video the reunion enabler, because there's not really a single reunion that happens that Rufus didn't directly enable in some way. I mean, even when we get to the northern crater, the only way we get in there is because Rufus blasts it down with the sister ray. There's nothing that happens without Rufus actually kind of contributing significantly to it. I cannot wait to see where they
so
take
Rufus. Do you think it's because he's half Cetra?
Well, I mean, the fact that they changed his birth date to that point. I'm sorry. So this is a running joke. This is a running joke. So Sleepeasy's very first video, he missed a small detail, and he made his first. Rufus being a Cetra is his Final Fantasy 15. You know. It didn't turn out that way, but you know, it was great.
It was really cool to say at the time.
And, I don't think he's got Cetra in him, but I mean the fact that Evan Townsend mum worked at Nibelheim, and doesn't like Evan find her at the bottom of the crate, you know, when the clones throw themselves in. His mother's one of the clones at the bottom. President Shinra had this relationship.
Well,
this
close. Not a clone, but
she
no, she wasn't close, but she was at the bottom of the cradle because they get the letter from her body, or
yeah, she follows the clones because she was supposed to be in charge of them and find the clones fall to the pits under the Great Glacier, and she dies of the cold with them.
Sort of like how Claudia is maybe taking care of everybody in Nibelheim or something like that.
Well,
maybe
I mean, there's no way Claudia doesn't know what's happening. There's no way she's not aware because the whole thing that Shinra rebuilds the town to make it look like there never was a fire. That's not the first time they've done that. There was the Calm fire bombings, I think, and they recreated Calm. So there's no way.
Well, Claudia doesn't need to worry about it on account of being murdered and burned to death. But
yeah, but prior to that, she must have known what was going on near Nibelheim. I think there was a deleted scene.
I think a lot of the townspeople in Crisis Core did create like this sort of mythology around the stuff that was happening there, and so I think
just like rumor and stuff.
Yeah, so I think they all probably did kind of know this place wasn't right, there's some weird stuff going on, definitely. Yeah,
and that's why she wants him to get an older woman.
Okay, right. So we are hitting home stretch territory. We've gone a while, so we've got about, we'll say 15-ish minutes. So if the chat would like to ask some specific questions to all or some of us, I will tell you that highlighted questions stick out more. And I have not been doing great at monitoring both chats. Mostly because it feels like they've been kind of handling themselves. It's been my good pal Marco, who's not necessarily the biggest fan of remake. He has just been kind of talking up a storm in there, which I'm glad he is. So I haven't followed a lot of that, but if you guys want to ask questions in either chat, I will do my best to pick out the best ones. And in the meantime, maybe we can just all take a moment to say, hey, this is great that we're all here together doing this. Yeah. We should definitely, if any of you aren't subscribed to literally everybody here's YouTube channel, please do so now. I think Mo has been releasing content real regularly, and some of his chapter breakdowns are my favorite content, and they're very digestible. Sleepezi.
Those are on the Cupicon channel.
Yeah, and I will put that link in the video description. So for later. Sleepezi has he has only like 6 videos, but I think it's like 40 hours total.
End me, please.
No. And
tell me I'm right or wrong so I can stop doing this shit.
Okay, and it's you got 10 more years minimum.
Yeah, I know, dude. I'm committed. I bought an extremely long plane ticket to somewhere that I didn't really realize until Weiss showed up.
Okay, so I've got a question for us already. Also, please subscribe to Final Fantasy Peasant. He is an absolute legend in the community.
Almost 100K.
He's at almost 100K. Yeah, so like he's
taken so long.
he's stepped down from his from the upper plate to come slum with us for this chat, and we really appreciate it.
Honestly, once I get my silver play, I'm done. I'll be off the platform. I don't even know why I want it so bad.
I'm in the same boat. I would be the same way.
Yeah. So
it has more subscribers than Sleepezi has hours of content.
Yeah.
And if you haven't taken the time to subscribe to me, feel free. I'm freshly restarted my channel, and I'm already well on my way to getting monetized, and I really appreciate it. That's thanks to folks like you guys. So every little subscribe and follow helps. Really appreciate it. Okay, let's start. Ars, my good friend Ars Omnia, has a question for the artist formerly known as MJ, now known as Mike Gallagher. Do you believe that Final Fantasy VII may also pull upon Anglo-Saxon concepts, specifically such as how fate may doom a weary soul or spare a courageous warrior, as noted in The Wanderer and Beowulf, respectively? Good question. Jesus.
That's a good question. I wouldn't say that I'm familiar enough with Anglo-Saxon lore to specifically be able to answer that. I would have to think about that. That one's actually.
Fate may doom a weary soul. That's the thing.
I definitely think that there's an interesting connection being made there, though, Arsomnia. Like I 100% see like the idea of parallels with, especially with like Loveless and everything like that. That connection seems pretty strong, and just knowing as much as these guys know about just several different types of religions, like it's more than likely that it's pulling from more than one place to sort of form that mythos in Final Fantasy VII.
I would say certainly kind of echo that with Sleepezi. The problem we actually have is that one of the reasons that we're kind of talking about Norse mythology with Final Fantasy VII is that Najima himself actively wanted to include quite a lot of Norse mythology. Now, as much as the Saxon lore and Norse lore sort of stem from the same Germanic sort of proto-mythology, there are quite a lot of differences, but there's a huge amount more information, thanks to Snorri's Eddas, huge amount more information about Norse mythology than there is about Anglo-Saxon. And as a direct result of that, I think a lot of the core themes, Najima would have focused on that rather than implementing wider Germanic mythos, but it's certainly not impossible. There's enough information in there. Certainly, when you sort of kind of look at things through various lenses, there's certainly enough information in there that you could theorize just about any type of mythology has influenced Final Fantasy in some way. So to answer your specific question, unfortunately, I don't know enough about the Anglo-Saxon side of things to give anywhere near a specific opinion on that. But it's certainly not impossible.
So really, I mean, the bottom line of it is are there doomed characters? Are there some people that are just fated to suffer? Or are there some things that get picked out to be spared, like courage? And I don't know. Do you have something
Can I jump in on that?
Oh, please.
Yeah. Because the way I've kind of always seen, especially what with Zach, always emphasizing to us the importance of to have honor, to have dreams, to have this sort of construct of at least a vision of who you are, of the morals you stand for, of the values that you hold. And Zach obviously has that in droves, and arguably you could say that's why he's not as affected. Like he walks off the Genova cells much easier than most anybody, because he has that positive mind state. And I think we definitely saw Vincent in Advent Children. You know, he grabs Cloud's arm and he makes that comparison that we have a life stream within ourselves that is balanced by positive and negative emotions, essentially. And I think that is why it's so important for an individual to have that sort of construct of who they are. And when Cloud has none of that, I think that's the significance of Tifa to Cloud. The whole thing that she basically loaned to Cloud his identity, even though it was a lie and she made it up. By loaning it to him, it was a coping mechanism that, by Sephiroth's own admission, became Cloud's everything. And same with Zack passing the living legacy. So I don't know if that answers it directly, but the notion that characters who have a weary soul, aka a poor self-image and a negative mindset, are kind of condemned, whereas a courageous warrior, again, someone who achieves Bushido, or the kind of things we spoke about with the Vikings and Valhalla, is, we kind of call that placebo in this reality, but in FF7's world, it's a much further extrapolated thing. I think.
I think so too, and I think I would almost argue that Final Fantasy VII tries to challenge the value of those things. It's sort of like a philosophical criticism of positivism, like the way that because Cloud as a hero was so intricately well done. His mental break was so relatable. He was the salvation of all of our own self-doubts. Like he was a way for the player character to explore their own inability to be honest with themselves, their own self-weariness, and I definitely think these topics are explored really heavily, and so a great question and really good answer, Pez. Next question comes over from YouTube, and it's so I see Sephiroth as the only true Genova hybrid, as in he's literally half Genova genome and half human genome. Everyone else is just enhanced with cells. Would you agree? That is a huge topic, by the way. There is an answer that's very clear, but you probably kind of need to read a lot of articles written by Mo Gallagher on the live stream, and or Shade MP and the Twilight Mexican. They have that stuff all nailed down. But technically, there are no Genova cells in Genesis, for instance. Like that's sort of a misnomer.
His cells are very, very peculiar.
Yeah, his cells are peculiar. Yeah, and so like it's this whole rabbit hole. Like we could do. In fact, one of our shows, the topic will be Genova.
No.
And you don't have to be there. You don't have to be there. It could be
the subject that makes my head hurt.
Yeah,
if I'm gonna be honest,
Viz could take your place on that one. So okay, so I'm gonna skip that one. But you asked another question. Is there anything in particular that could happen in the new FF7 continuity that would really disappoint you? I'll answer first. The thing that would disappoint me the most is if they messed up the Cloud's mind scene in the remake. If they don't handle that well, definitely I would be really, really disappointed. Actually, there's a lot of things they could do to disappoint me. I'm not just like so gung-ho for this game that like they can't break me. I just really like what they're doing so far. Just to be clear.
Skittle, thank you for the gift sub.
Skittle, you're the best.
Skittle,
love you.
Skittle.
How about you guys on that question? Is there anything in particular that could happen in the new FF7 continuity that would really disappoint you?
Oh, there's so much. I mean, there's so much that they could handle poorly. I think what I'd actually be more disappointed in, I picked this one because I could actually see it as being the most likely. I feel like Square have committed to a path, and I've actually so enjoyed it. Playing the new 7 remake stuff, it's honestly been the new stuff that they've added. And that's why it's just so crazy to me that some people absolutely hate it for that reason. That's honestly why I'm more in love with this saga than ever before. And what I would hate for them to do, because you could tell in FF15, they were reading stuff, they were trying to get vibes from the community, and they were kind of altering their own artistic vision based on what they think the players want. And I just hope that they don't see the few bits of negative criticism for the path they've started going down and start cycling back. Just sort of try to, I want them to go the full hog and show me the insides of your brain. Because I loved it when they said that they themselves as directors and developers, they want to see what they can do now. They want to see and I want to see it. I want to see, is the Nomura of today as good as he was back then? The Katasev today. So yeah, stick to your guns.
I like that answer.
I would jump off of that and just say that one of the things that I love so much about the original is this ambiguity of like the planet as like a force in terms of like what like that means for humanity, like all of those things that are brought up with the systems in place of Final Fantasy VII is what makes the compilation interesting and engaging to me, as far as things that it seems like Remake is building on top of. And I think that ultimately there's power and ambiguity for Final Fantasy VII Remake. And I think it's very important that they keep in mind that some of these elements, while they're very important to like maybe elaborate on because people are sort of interested in seeing how these other elements of the compilation sort of play out now that they've been introduced. I also think that there's a very like it's now a really tight rope to walk for Square to do this right. I think the choice of Remake's End and the reveal of Weiss Deepground in Intergrade's trailer says to me that they're really wanting to like, they're not shying away from it. Like they wanted people to know, like, this is what we're doing. Like Weiss is in this game. Deepground is in this game. And I think that's all very bold. But if that's not handled correctly, this is going to crash and burn.
Yeah.
And I think though is that it's way more ambitious for a game to take on what they seem to be setting up. And I think just on that like that base alone, I'm very excited to see what happens. But I also fear for this idea that they will try and recalibrate, as Pez is saying, to like alter the path that they've already set up very, very clearly.
Right.
And I think it would be a really big service to the game, and also just the overall direct, like, because what Remake should be is a successor to a degree of all of the games that came before it. It's like, here's what all of these games presented, and we want to present it in a way that adds to this conversation, not the same conversation. That's kind of what I don't want. I don't want the same conversation to happen. Like, I already understand that. We've lived with this story forever. I want to see what your further elaboration on this is. And if they don't do that, then I'll be upset. I can give it a pass if they fail, because what they're trying to do is difficult. But if they backtrack or they misstep, or in terms of like trying to like change direction, I think that would be the worst thing. Not to take your answer, Pez, but I truly think that like they could do a lot of crazy shit, and I think I would be okay. But it moves down to like, does this incorporate itself well into what the theme of Remake is in regards to Final Fantasy VII? So I'd
be so disappointed if they don't play the Lucretia wild card. Gotta play.
I'm feeling like she's gonna be a fucking boss, dude. She's gonna be
she's the wild card.
Dark Souls 3 like sludge boss, just like that's what happens. That's what the dialogue like she becomes grotesque and formed after the Genova thing, and we see her in the crystal in DOC, but it's not how it plays out in the original. And there needs to be something going on with that imagery anyway. I do think that she'll be around. I think that it's like, why not? Like at that point.
Yeah, why not at that point? Mo, do you have an answer to this one?
I have two things. The first is that Enix. I'm really quite concerned that after the Weiss reveal, that Square Enix are listening specifically to Sleepezi, so my concern will be revealed as etc. My actual concern is that one of the things that was beautiful about Final Fantasy VII, and even the original Final Fantasy VII, was how big of an impact that Zack had. Even though you only see him on screen for a very limited time, and it was right towards the end of the game where the secret kind of cutscenes can be found about what actually happened between Cloud and Zack. Even though Zack isn't present for a large part of the game, the impact that he has on the story is monumental. And obviously, we that's further expanded upon in Crisis Core. And I personally love Zack as a character. I thought it was great. I thought the impact it had on the compilation as a whole was absolutely phenomenal. But to change the end of Remake is to undo some of that.
Yeah.
So I think some of my discomfort about the end of the remake was that. Now, it's quite a conflicting feeling because I love Zack, but part of the reason I love Zack was the sacrifice element of it. So if you undo the sacrifice, you then begin to undo the meaning of life and death within the
price of freedom.
Yeah.
I hear it's
same thing with Aerith. The same thing with Aerith, that her death is what triggers the Cloud just completely losing it, and it has to go to the lowest point to come back again, and effectively be the hero of the original game. And my biggest concern is that they would have to be very, very sensitive with how they move forward with the Zack storyline, and I would be very upset if they don't kill Aerith, not because I dislike Aerith, but because the impact on the story is so big that to change that, you've effectively changed, going right back to the beginning of the video with what Bez was talking about, that you can't fuck with people's nostalgia. And for me, this was it. This is what I learned as a kid. These were the big deals. These were the lessons that I learned.
Yeah.
In terms of storytelling, that the big sacrifices mean a lot, and if you undo those, you undo my nostalgia, and I won't be happy about it. I will do the British thing and write a strongly worded letter.
Oh, I'm sure it'll go over great.
Ooh,
okay,
savage.
So there, I mean, we're gonna go a little past the 20 minutes because there's just so many good questions, and I was just so you guys know, a lot of these joke questions are really funny, and I do like them. I'm not skipping over them because I don't care about you or find them funny. I'm just trying to be a good host here. DeWolfie asks, do you think the Whispers will interfere in Intermission, especially with Yuffie? We'll just give quick, 2 seconds, don't have to expand too much, yes or no's. I'm a yes. Yeah. I'm a yes.
I'm an absolute yes after the extended line. What is it? The Wheels of Fate begin to turn. They just added another one. She basically can't shout out to her friends or something. Sorry, what was it?
She can't cry to her friends. Yeah.
Basically a similar thing to what Sephiroth said, like those with clouded eyes and whatnot. So I definitely think she's going to be limited by some plot ghosts.
Yeah, I agree. I think the plot ghosts will appear. I don't know whether or not Yuffie will see them. They might just appear in the background somewhere to alert the player like something's changed.
Something's happening. Yeah.
Can I just quickly say how crazy it is to think that each plot ghost is an individual identity in the live stream? We could have Weiss slash one up. I don't know, the three ghosts standing around Jessie and whatnot. They're all an identity. That could be her dad, or it could be Jessie Biggs and Witchful Life. I don't know.
What if they're all this has just been going on in loop for thousands of years, and they're all reunion clones? Okay, go on. I'm sorry. Next Siri video by Pez. Let's see. Vizuvazat.
It's crazy.
For Pez, you talk about, this is for you, Pez. So you talk about dreams. Okay. But what about the first game taking place in the memories of the live stream, and future Aerith uses herself as an avatar, and future Sephiroth connects to Cloud through their bond?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think, like I said earlier, the notion that when Aerith was in the live stream doing Travels to the Planet, that she was trying to think of these ways that she could get back to warn Cloud, essentially the warning being that the planet had tipped past a point critically of imbalance. And the idea, I always like the idea that it was during the alleyway that she transmitted back. That's where she essentially came back into the story. I definitely think there's something to be said that it was only after Aerith touched Cloud and then Cloud went on to touch everyone else, that they started seeing the ghosts. And again, the idea that then when Tifa touched Cloud, Sephiroth became like tangibly visible. I definitely think that Cloud could be the conductor, or whatever you'd want to call it, that the second Aerith. And because I didn't, do you guys kind of agree that it doesn't seem Aerith knew the entire time, and that it's like as it went on, like she started catching up real quick? Because she does seem like she genuinely doesn't know to begin with.
She's got various hints. She's got various degrees of knowledge throughout it, and
and intuition,
it seems to increase over time. But there's also this notion that she's losing stuff too as time goes, as she has more contact with the Whispers. So that's all real vague. I definitely agree. And actually, for context with Viz's question, he's got something he's kind of working up in that. His theories about what's happening and yours are really adjacent. You guys just use like kind of different terminology, I think, to express them, like kind of how we were talking about in the beginning of the video. You've created your own different languages for how to express similar things. But at the end of this, I will link you those videos because I think you have a lot to talk about on that. Okay, and not trying to rush answers. I'm sure there's a lot to say on that, but we got another one. Okay, from Chimera Grip. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for all the donations and follows, like from all of you. You guys are all great, and the hosts, all of that. From Chimera Grip. Do any of you guys think that it is likely, as in 50% chance over 50% chance confidence, that the party is in the Terrier timeline after coming out of the portal? I will personally rate that as I am 51% likely. I 51% think that we will see a Terrier from the perspective of the party the first time we get a chance. And that's where I'm at. Pez?
I'd say personally, I am 50% certain that I haven't got a damn clue. My brain has been bogged down with the dog stuff that I kind of abandoned it and threw it overboard. The only thing I think, the main thing that excited me with all the stamp stuff is just its association with Zack. Because I mean, it for me, that stamp song is so clearly singing about Zack that I don't know where they're taking it. I don't know what they're playing at. I don't know if it's a grandfather paradox, a looping timeline. We've gone to
Zack is his own father.
Another, well, yeah. Yeah. How this works? I think there's a logic to how it works.
They're keeping it
the way I
close to
see
their
it is
chest.
like Sephiroth acquired so much Terra Corrupt, like post Advent Children, that he's able to like worm his way into. Open the book of the live stream. You know, like cuts his. It seems like he can just slash holes in the fabric of reality and step through now. Exactly which terrier is which, what dog? If it's a beagle, a chihuahua, a Shiba.
Oh God, I'll be the one.
I will admit that
all I hope is Stamp eats all the cats.
There you go. That's
right.
The main plot.
Cull some of these goddamn cats.
I have a feeling that Sleepezi is going to dodge this question too.
Yeah, I will, because I think the most uncertain element to any of us, especially people who whether even in the community, no matter how far you go down the rabbit hole of compilation information, how much you look at remake, there is no fucking definitive answer.
We got nothing on this one. Yeah.
And personally just don't like talking about Zack either. So
my personal dream on this is that the party has not entered the Terrier timeline, that the Whispers exist across kind of all space and time, and have actually the Terrier timeline has existed long before Zack survives, and the Beagle timeline has existed long before the events of Final Fantasy VII, and they exist simultaneously, but they don't absolutely have to cross over. I think, I personally hope that the party's timeline exists and the Beagle timeline moves forward in the Beagle timeline, but during the course of the second installment, we get like Final Fantasy VIII Laguna flashbacks where we get to play as Zack in the Terrier timeline. That's the absolute dream for me.
That's my dream.
But, but whether or not I think that is going to happen, that's down to like 3%. I'm not confident. I'm not confident that the party's in the Terrier timeline. I think they're still in the Beagle timeline. I think the Terrier timeline will be used specifically to tell Zack's story.
That's what I'm hoping for too. I'm not super convinced yet, but well, thank you for the cheer. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate that very much, Viz. So I'm with you. It sucks, but here's the good thing about Stamp is that it is going to be a very quick and easy expositional thing in either the end of Intermission or in part 2, where we'll see and we'll get an answer. That's the best thing about it. Everything else about it sucks.
I'll just quickly add that the only reason I like the idea of a separate timeline happening, where they can get pretty crazy and loose with what happens, is I kind of, again, with the idealistic things of the characters doing things that they wish they could have done before. I would even like it if in this timeline there is a version where not just Aerith goes back to her Cetra ancestors, if we can go back, because I was always thinking, like, especially with Seto, what is the point of the Seto scene now? Red is committed to the hunt. Bugenhagen showing Red Seto was to give him that determination. So I want these things to be recycled. And if I thought, oh man, if Red could actually, I don't know, somehow flash back and walk in Seto's shoes and try to save his father, that has a consequence. If Barrett is running through Coral and he's trying to find his wife, well, what if he does this time and it's at the expense of not saving Marlene or either of them? And that things could get really dark and off the rails. And that thing that Barrett said when he turned back and he said, Marlene, I'll come back, and the water droplet kind of hinting it was talking across timelines or whatever we want to call it at this point. And that there could be idealistic scenarios, but the characters realize that those things had to happen for reasons. The things that were their greatest traumas and the greatest torments were also what made them who they are. And that essentially that symbolism of returning to that, it'd be the ultimate, like, the characters coming to peace with all of their darkest aspects and natures. So that's how I'd like the timeline things to play.
Yeah. But
that's pretty far out there. Really
honestly, anybody who
headcanon and stuff.
No, anybody who brings up any sort of opinion past the point of how timelines interact is just like it's
purely personal, right?
For me, the only reason I don't express it is because I know that, like, something's gonna bite me. But the fact that people have, like, the courage to speak on it in that way, I just have this overwhelming fear that, like, what I'm gonna say is either going to put me off or be right and put off. And so
I talked about it 10 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't want it to exist in any form. I think that question is what bugs me. If we're talking about clear drop-offs of, like, error, that's they created a pretty big hole for themselves just with the one subject. So hopefully it's handled correctly is all I can say. And everything that's been said so far, it doesn't seem like too out there for me either. So
not really. I mean, especially at this point, like, fuck, anything can happen. Okay, I'm gonna say 3 more questions, and then we'll let our esteemed guests go back to creating the content you all love. So we will. I've gotta ask one from Night Sky Prince because he's my friend, and that is at the current rate things are going, plus all the additional story being added, do you think it's becoming unrealistic to expect this to be concluded in a trilogy? If so, what is the line of too much?
I can answer that. For me, I think it's gonna follow the path of Loveless. If I'm gonna be honest. I think they're setting it up for 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
The story of 5.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be five parts. And I don't think because of what everyone's been saying about like assuming length and stuff like that, they just keep saying like, look, like Midgar is the example of the rest of the story. And if Midgar is the example of the rest of the story, that is a lot of fucking game, including the
so much game
to like. So I think it was unrealistic as soon as that was said to expect a trilogy, and I think anything below that was just near fucking impossible. So I would say ballpark 4 or 5. But as far as too much is concerned, I think what really has to happen, and I think one of the things that we've been implying the entire time, like throughout this conversation, is that it's not about changing fundamental aspects of OG that needs to happen with like compilation and stuff like that. Like the compilation already has a place in the events that are transpiring, and all remake needs to do is introduce those elements, keep the stuff that is good at the forefront, and keep the other stuff from the back. And I think a good example of this is the way that Weiss is being introduced right now, because classically, Hojo reveal in Dirge of Cerberus is like a renounding, like big thumbs down from everybody. Like that is just outside of anybody's mind of how is this happening? Like, why did anybody think that this was a good idea? That's not happening in the timeline that we're looking at, in the time frame, I should say. So not to worry. Like, and we don't have to get in the politics of Deepground. And if the future changes for them, then it will never happen. So like, and also like the Nibelheim incident will be a really good place to like maybe assure people that they have some level of like awareness of like what the fans want. And again, that's kind of what I've been picking up on from my perspective of the game since I started researching it, is that there's enough of a fine line between what OG is and what they're doing that's different. And I think they are delivering on both very well right now, in my opinion. So I think too much is when the compilation overtakes the OG, because that should not in any sense happen. Like it should only be a complementary form that it's taking in remake.
Michelle?
Yeah, I would. I was just going to give a number. Sleepy kind of he's pretty much nailed it. I don't think there's anything that I can add to that. I would absolutely agree that as soon as we had an understanding of the depth of detail that we're going to get in Midgar, or going to with Midgar, there was no way that this was going to be a trilogy. And at no point have they ever officially said this is going to be 3 parts. So for that reason alone, I think Sleepy's right that at an absolute minimum, there's going to be 4 parts. Probably 5 though. Well, having said that, obviously the Midgar, the size of Midgar is based on the PS4 capacity, so you might find that they do actually have bigger games to fit the PS5 capacity. So they might get it onto 4 parts, but yeah, that's my take. Minimum 4.
My personal, I like what Maverick's saying. 7 years, 2020 to 2027. Not a bad idea. But yeah, I mean, when they said the whole, it's going to be comparable to the 13 trilogy. I mean, that's what gave everyone the trilogy idea.
Right.
But based on what they've done with Midgar, I mean, there's no way. And when you say, can there be too much? In my opinion, what does that really mean? Because it's not like I would consider this first part to have had areas that weren't needed. The Leslie Carl sewer section wasn't needed, in my opinion, and there's a few others. But essentially, did they break the game or ruin the game for me, like these extra additions? No, not really. And what I've kind of thought is, as they keep developing this game. I mean, Square Enix have gone to such an extent to basically restructure the company. You know, they ditched all external developers for it. They've built up so much at this point to create this saga that, you know, while we've had a bit of a delay from COVID, I really think that, you know, when you even look at what assets they've already made in part 1 that can apply to part 2, and then by the time they've got to part 3, you know, because there's so much revisiting in FF7 remake, FF7. Like you go and revisit, but so many zones that I actually think while 5 sounds like it would be cumbersome, I think by the time we've got to 2 or 3 and another 3 years down the line, they're going to be so in step, have so many assets already ready that we could actually get those segments really pretty quick. And if I can do 5 whole games of juicy ass FF7, I am happy. I'm happy. So I do think there's a way they could do that many. I think these people are like concerned it would just take so long. But I actually think there's a way it could be done in a pretty efficient by Square Enix's standards, which is a loose standard. I mean, it took 10 years to get for 15.
So I'm with you guys. I don't think Trilogy is probably going to be it anymore. I think that, but okay. So to me, I think the most important thing, and I think they could do this in 4 games, right now, the most important thing in terms of covering, like just covering events, the events actually, I mean, if you do speed runs, for instance, like you can get through OG pretty quickly. But the thing that's really time consuming, I think, and really needs to take real estate in these games is characters, like the development of the characters. And I think 3 was pushing it with just the original cast. 3 was pushing it for that. We're now adding cast members. Like, there's new people. I think 4 is kind of the minimum at this point. Too much. I think there is a potential for too much, and it's very close to 4 or 5. Meaning that, you know, there are game series that have been anthology like this that I've kind of lost interest in. And I think reasonably, this story needs to be told within a decade for it to be delivered well. Like, yeah, I mean, if that, like, you know, and so that's my only constraint. So 4, you know, 4 is about where I'm at. Okay, we can do 2 more questions, and we've got a good one from Decreaseman. Shout out to Decreaseman, by the way. You should all check out his podcast. He's got a great retelling. Like, his podcast format's very unique, and it's a great way to re-experience all the Final Fantasy titles, all of them, not just 7.
How'd you spell that?
Decreaseman, and he can put a link.
Decrease.
Yes.
Yeah. Final Fantasy Weekly.
Yes, Final Fantasy Weekly podcast.
Yeah, it's he does it with his brother, and it's
brother,
such a chilled out vibe.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Nice.
So good.
And I am pulling up his question now. A lot of conversation has happened, and so I lost it.
Yeah, I see. Decrease.
Did I lose it? Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I can tell you what it was. The essential question is are there going to be any characters in the final battle?
Yeah, I remember reading
that
this.
weren't in the final battle that are going to be here this time around. So basically, he's asking, is this going to be the live stream sword thing? Like, is this going to be like Zack and Cloud? No, he's asking specifically if there might be any new characters, and I don't know. I hope not. I don't have a real
Andrea
opinion on
Rodea.
this. I'd be down. I would be here for that.
Let's get Billy Bob in there.
Billy Bob.
Billy Bob.
Yeah. Billy Bob, baby.
Billy
Live
Bob.
stream sword wielded by Billy Bob.
Billy Bob Shears
That's
Owl. Yeah.
Yeah. It's serious. Seriously, I would say, like, you know what I would like to see? I would like to see maybe like a more like maybe a push of like Rufus's involvement in like other than him just getting blown up at the end. It almost seems like that might, because we know that he doesn't die there. Like, what is the direct outcome of that? Or at least seeing that maybe would be nice, like meteor fall and how that's happening. And because we know like Before Crisis covers a lot of, and On the Way to a Smile covers a lot of the time of like events during that during meteor fall, getting everybody out. I think seeing like how like the impending destruction building on top of like that event, like in some, I don't know, elaborating and cutscenes and stuff like that would be cool. So and then a secret cutscene where if you find all the Turks, they all show up.
Gotta ask a Skittle question, because because it's Skittles. And who's
sorry, before you shoot on, I'll quickly add to the question about who could be at the final five. I always thought that I would like Aerith to appear as like a live stream manifestation, because you're pretty close to the heart of the planet. She just appears in some ethereal form to help out. But I'm honestly quite torn on whether I want Sephiroth to have a redemption arc. Like at the end of the day, like most of the characters in this game, they all just suffer crappy childhoods and money issues. And I can't decide if I want Sephiroth to actually have some sort of realization or become Ori Seth, his original self, or I don't know, for Aerith in some way to get through to him, or if I just want like Seth to stick to his goddamn guns and go down in a blaze of glory.
Nothing less. I take back my last answer about Cloud's mind. Please don't redeem Sephiroth. Okay, I take it back. That is my least favorite thing.
Just touch on it, right? Here's what you do: is Sephiroth gets stabbed just like he does in OG, and he's like bursts in, like right before he bursts away, or like a burst of light goes. You see a hand reach down to him, and it's Lucrezia, and then he's like, "Mom." And
that's what. Yes. That's cool. What I'm thinking with the redemption, like Lucretia's mother. That's the wild card I want to play. Like for Seth.
I want to see that stuff more built up. I want to see that stuff more built up. Definitely, I do. I want to see that built up. I do think though that like Jenova is a worst big bad. Because Jenova, one, it's a trope in all of Final Fantasies that it's really just the secret evil alien entity behind the main human thing that you fight that ends up being the big bad. I mean, it's basically Cloud of Darkness, right? But Jenova is not. I mean, she's not responsible. It's just her nature. So like natural evil being the antagonist is never hit as much as somebody that's chosen evil. Like the comparison of Sephiroth being the foil of Cloud. Cloud also had a tragic childhood. He's not trying to sail the planet into oblivion. That's the difference between the two. And that difference, the choice Sephiroth makes, even though Crisis Core made him way more relatable, like that's what defines him as the big bad. That's why he's such an effective villain. I hope they don't go back on that. Personally.
It's the difference between like that evil and like Kefka, right?
Yeah.
It's like Kefka is like driven to become what he becomes. It doesn't into something else. It's just him through the entire story. And I think they make a very clear point in every interview to say that Sephiroth is the strongest villain. Like they're not mentioning Jenova. They just want everybody to be clear that like Sephiroth is the bad guy here.
Yeah.
Like, he is ultimate evil in Final Fantasy VII. I think that's one of like the universal truths, right? Of things that you can't mess with in Final Fantasy VII lore. Is like it's like Sephiroth is the villain. Like that's like it's like one of those uncrossable lines in my opinion. Sorry, but I also think that the only good stuff about Sephiroth's backstory that we've seen so far is like Lucrezia being like really upset that like she can't even see like Sephiroth. That was the one part of DOC where I get what's happening and I feel something for like a second, is like how much distress she's in like during that entire season. and it's just
Yeah.
a little heartbreaking. It's like, oh, no wonder. Like, this was like the lead up to like Sephiroth's birth, is like just a completely in distress, like emotionally distraught person, and like some Genova cells, and it's kind of grim, but I kind of like that aspect of it.
Yeah. I also like the
you
idea
made your bed,
that
you have to
Seth.
lie in it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Sorry, go on. I was gonna say I also kind of agree when people say like the idea that Sephiroth has transcended like any need for like a mummy or mummy issues, like his character in terms of what it means for the planet and deep themes him. Like you'd kind of be reducing him if you brought it back to mummy issues, and that's why if you didn't go the Lucrezia route, I really would like Vincent to be the one to actually finish him off, because there's this whole like competing daddies things. You've got Vincent and Hojo, and arguably Vincent comes into the story to settle the score with Lucrezia and essentially put down her son. And I feel like obviously because Vincent was optional, he just sort of tagged along. I want him now in this to take more of a central stage in putting down Sephiroth if that's what's needed. Give Vince the final shot, I say.
That's one.
Even
just to kind of go back to
the question.
Go back to Drew's actual question about who do we see there. Had it not been for the ending of remake, I would have said it'll just be the original party with the possible exception of Aerith showing up, in one form or another. I'm really, really hoping that we're not going to be in a position where, in order to defeat Sephiroth, you're going to have to call on. Like, you're going to have to get Zack in to be the support for Cloud when he needs it. You're going to have to get Genesis in as the knight of the planet. You're going to have to get Aerith in as the goddess figure, just so that every single entity is working together. You're going to have to get Fat Chocobo in just as a representative of all the fucking weird creatures in the world.
Yeah, man, they all go in, they all mush it up, and then they go down the beach and throw some frisbee.
Like Ifrit in there, so I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that they won't have anybody other than the original 9 party members in there, because I think it would actually ruin the ending, because it therefore kind of takes away from the idea that the story's about Cloud and Cloud's being his arc. And exactly as Babyseal said, that it's as much as Sephiroth is the planet's enemy, he is the foil for Cloud. I feel that Cloud should be the one, like every single beat of the story, like Zack's sacrifice, Aerith's death, everything is designed to put Cloud on the pedestal as the one to defeat Sephiroth. And I think if you deviate from that, you sort of ruin what Final Fantasy VII is. But that's just my opinion.
It's the Hojo fight you want him to be, the guy who gets the bullet in the head. I think that's the Sephiroth equivalent, right? Have his moment like right there, Whereas he doesn't really get much of a conclusion to his story other than like Lucrezia, right? So like having him be able to like confront Hojo and actually like end that plot line maybe would be really
just slap him about a bit before shooting him.
Definitely slap him about. Barrett did it a bit, and it was so satisfying. It was so satisfying when Barrett was fucking shoving him.
Spiking his ass.
Yeah, just teabag him a little. Okay. So let's wrap up with this really good question from Skittle, and Viz did ask a really good question too that I almost want to ask, but I think we're kind of at the 4-hour mark, and so let's wrap up with this question from Skittle, which is, whose character arc are you most excited about in the upcoming parts?
Should we upcoming parts plural, or should we kind of set a definitive? Where do we think?
No, just like no. Whose character arc are you most excited about moving forward? That includes intermission, whatever. It could be Yuffie, Could be Sonon.
Well, shall I start?
Yeah,
I think for me, most excited in terms of main characters, it's hard not to be for Aerith to see exactly where she goes. So I feel like where she goes, essentially, the rest of the world lore drags with her, and she's just so conceptually interested to me. If I had to pick like a more obscure character, I really, really am excited for Elena. I can't wait to see her.
Oh, that's a good answer.
Yeah, and just see her derp about. She's a great character.
Oh, that's a great answer.
She's the best idiot.
You know that she's going to be like a selling point of that next trailer. She's going to be. It's like,
oh yeah, for sure. And if Jessie happens to be alive, I mean, she's my OG. She's my OG love. If we do get to see her at the Gold Saucer play, or I guess what's happened with Avalanche, I'm also very intrigued to see what's happened. Who is alive? Is it just Biggs?
I will go next just because that perfectly leads into what I wanted to say. I want the one I'm most excited for realistically is Rufus.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I like that answer. I like that. I'll take it.
and Rufus is Cetra mother.
Rufus, and then also Elf from Before Crisis.
Oh, dude, I hope Elf and Cisne, all day, every day.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
And as soon as it happens, you're gonna bite your own tongue, and there will be another Sleepezi victory with the Weiss and Deepground. Mark my words here in this chat right now, gentlemen. If that fucking shit happens.
Yeah, if that actually happens, you are a witch, and I won't be able to speak to you.
Oh, yeah, we're not going to trust you
anymore.
Ban
the witch.
No, I don't think it's unlikely. I don't think it's amazingly likely, but
I think it's if anything, and this is headcanon, so just keep that. It doesn't go into what I really like about AC is Rufus and Kadaj's interactions. I like the contemplation that comes into play with those characters. I think a suitable replacement for Kadaj would be Elf as a pseudo debate of what live stream and all this other stuff. And since Rufus can see the whispers, he has a lot of fucking shit to talk about. So I would see that as the way of things moving forward. But who the fuck knows?
Elf is just the lightning of FF7, really.
Yeah, dude, and she's
so cool.
She even looks the same.
Yeah, just give me her theme and her character shows up for just a moment. I would be absolutely happy. So.
Mo?
Clark has been hearing about this for a year and a half, by the way, of me being so cool, and he's just that's never gonna happen. So.
I mean, go on.
So go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah,
yeah, Mo.
I'm sort of my two are either Barrett or Nanaki. Barrett, because I would like to see the whole thing that we've been speaking about in previous videos about the conflict about is Barrett actually a really good father or is he as good a father as he's made out to be, and sort of addressing this whole sense of he's in denial about his own past, and he's so blindsided, he's so focused on getting revenge that he's not actually addressing his own grief. And I would really like to see that explored. And even in the old game, when it gets to the point where Barrett actually starts to realise that maybe blowing up reactors and killing hundreds of people was not the right thing to do. So I'd like to see that arc addressed, particularly in this day and age, because I think they handled the eco-terrorism part of Final Fantasy VII very, very well in Remake. So I think I would like to see them expanded on that. Mm-hmm. But I think the story I'm most looking forward to is the Cosmo Canyon scenario. My favourite NPC in the whole compilation is Bugenhagen. And the relationship between Nanaki and Bugenhagen, the relationship between Nanaki and Seto, I would really, really like to see all that expanded on. I would like to see an extended history. I would like to see a bit more information about Bugenhagen's history or his past with Shinra and how influenced his planetology philosophies. That's something I'm hopeful for in future installments.
Same, for sure. For sure. All of those points are awesome. Yeah. I'm excited for those. Somebody said in chat, everybody plus more is what we're excited for, and that's pretty much the case.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
So
ask Fizz. I want to know what it is. I can't see it.
We don't even have to answer it. Let's just hear what it is.
it's Cloud for me. I know that's so.
Did he say Chocobo Sage?
Chocobo. I am actually. I really am super excited to see what the weird Chocobo, the ancient sages that appear. I want to see how they're depicted. I also want to see if the hieroglyphics on the wall in the Temple of the Ancient match the same Egyptian style that they did. But but there's a bunch of stuff like that that I'm just like I'm really excited to see. But characters development I'm most excited for is still Cloud, and I know that's like such a obvious answer, but not just Cloud's mind. What I want to see is I want to see what happens. There's a scene in the original that is so desperate and like really, I don't know why it hit me so hard, but it's when Cloud is begging Hojo for a number.
Give me a tattoo, yeah.
Please, like, give me a number. Like, there's something
Give me some sort of worth.
Yeah, give me.
He's begging for an identity.
For an identity. That's what he wants. He wants to know who he is, what he is, and I think there's something so. And it's personal for me because I think that everybody has their scene, like in Final Fantasy VII when they were a kid that like really like altered the course of their life. That's why we're talking about it. 23 years later, that was it for me. Is the transition from his break to being honest with who he is as a person, and then recognizing that just this weak young boy that grew up in a world of pain could defeat the ultimate evil. Like the core of that message was so empowering as a kid. I think about that a lot. Like it built a lot of my successes have been me, have been like summoning that inner like that I'm a faulty liar, that has been a fraud at parts of my life, but has now become self-realized, and like so I think that's the part I really want to see, in 4K with voice acting from great voice actors, and Cody's doing a great job, so I'm the most excited about that. So we're kind of wrapping up here. We got 7 minutes till the end. So what will we do with it?
I'd quickly add because that's a great breakdown of Cloud.
Yeah,
like really well articulated, and there's been so many moments where Cloud has hit that exact same point for me. I think while we won't see it in the remake, I particularly like in Advent Children. He's got his back to Aerith, and she basically asks him what he wants, and he says it's to be forgiven. I guess I want to be forgiven, and Aerith just says by who, and the extension of that answer really coming down to himself. Cloud needs to forgive himself, and I don't know why that scene for Advent Children, that was my Cloud moment. I think that's the power of Cloud, is most people have a moment with him.
Some key part of the story. I would say though, to that note, Pez, like a lot of what we're seeing in Final Fantasy VII remake is Advent Children related, so I can wholeheartedly like maybe almost guarantee is that some of what we've seen, that interaction will definitely be in future parts of remake.
I think so.
They're going to be borrowing a ton. One of the things about Cloud as a character is they needed him to like recess a little bit. Recess? Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
He'd like go back into himself. So I think it's literally the same Cloud at that point, just for the sake of story. But that's just me. So
yeah. Yeah, I agree. Like Cloud had a full-blown like spiritual awakening at the end. He's got all the freaking stream flying around him, and he
Just
goes
fucking
back into
smiling.
himself. Yeah,
Smiling at the end of some weird event with a dog. It's a weird thing.
Yeah.
A little less eventful.
a character having a theme song just because he smiled. That's...
And it's the credits.
I can't wait for the HD remaster of that weird as shit credit sequence for Advent Children, where he's like he's driving through real
so
like the real life. Like they just did like helicopter footage of like real life Osaka or something, and then they just put him there, and they're like, look,
what's wrong with that?
he's in the real life. Lightning is in Paris for some reason.
Yeah.
So, okay, wrapping up. What do you guys think? Closing thoughts from all of you. Go.
For me,
yeah.
For me, well, like I said in the first trailer, well, I said there may be fears, there may be sadness, there may be doubts. What was the line in the first trailer?
May bring joy, may bring fear, but
may bring joy, may bring fear.
Whatever comes.
But at the end of the day, anyone who is still hanging around the FF7 community, even if you're still playing the remake, even if the remake so far hasn't been your cup of tea, at the end of the day, we all have way, way, way more in common in terms of the passion of FF7 than we do on the nuancy differences of what characters should or shouldn't appear. And what I want to say is, throughout this saga, got to keep it together as a community, man. And I think definitely seeing, some of the stuff that NSP went through, I kind of actually feel like I've seen a really decent response. I don't know if NSP feels the same, but it was an example of us all kind of coming together and recognizing that creative differences, they're so subjective, and it's actually what makes the entire thing beautiful, really. That we all fell in love with this game for such different reasons, and I think hold on to that no matter what they do with the remake, how long it will be, because it's so cliche to say, but the OG will always be there. This saga can't change what OG was. It will always exist. So just stay positive.
I love it. I love that message.
There's my feels.
Yeah.
Why you let the cat go last, dude? This is why you do it. That's the outro. Right?
You guys don't need to say anything. No, Mike, do you have closing thoughts?
I'm as always. I'm just very grateful to be part of the conversation. As always, it's phenomenal to be able to sit down with sort of like-minded individuals to chat with you guys. To have a proper conversation for the first time with Pez. I've been following your work for years and years, so to be able to interact with you on this forum has been brilliant.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it, man.
So thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for including me. And I'm just a guy that writes stuff down, and sometimes people like it, and I'm just really grateful.
Yeah, absolutely. Sleepezi, do you want to tell us all how wrong Mo is about Sector 6, or how do you want to end the show?
That's his Rufus, Chad. We're not gonna do that. That lie has gone on way longer than a year and a half. So I don't know. I think, sort of echoing what Pez said, is important. Like I think it's been ups and downs in communities and things like that. But I think at the end of the day, we all kind of are bonded over the same thing. And I would also like to once again highlight the importance of like all of you guys coming out here and like sitting in for 4 hours and keeping at least like 70 viewers, including the YouTube chat, which is phenomenal. And I think I'll safely say that it's you guys who have allowed a lot of this to happen. Like you guys wanted like a lot of like the conversations that we've been having over the last like little bit on Babyseal's channel. Like, this is the opportunity that you guys wanted, like me and Pez, and thankfully, like MJ and Babyseal to like be able to talk. And it's just a pleasure to like have the opportunity to keep doing the stuff, talk about things that we love, and share that stuff with you guys. So I'm very glad that we finally got to do it.
Yeah,
so,
me too. My
Mjollnir Gallagher.
That's
Mjolnir.
When
settled.
When he's doing,
I will take that. I will take that.
When he's doing stuff right, I'll call him that. I and you are doing stuff right. I cannot thank all of you enough. All of you, not just the viewers, not just not just the people that have supported me to do this, but the guests. I mean, Pez, it means a ton that you're here. We've wanted this to happen for a very long time, and you're a busy guy, and you deserve it.
No, honestly, I'm not. I'm just a bit of an introvert, and I actually weirdly had to pluck my courage up to come on.
I actually
the show. NSP eased me in, but honestly, I don't even know why. I always kind of thought that if I let my head cannons loose on people face to face, it would just be overwhelming. But it's actually not. It's been so chill. So thank you for bringing me out my box, dude, and you've been such an awesome host.
You exceeded, I think, everybody's expectations as a guest. And Sleepezi and Mo, you guys are great. You guys are wonderful. The goal of the show has not just been about theory crafting, because that is fun. It's been about building positive community, and a lot of that is in response to the fact that there has been some negative community stuff happening. And I think most of us know that 99% of the fan base is not like that, but there's just been this really loud kind of toxic stuff that's happened, and it's hurt me and some of my friends. And I think the first step on that is to shine a light on the bad behavior, but then the response is to build good behavior, build positive community. And I've been able to, make really good friends that have propelled me through, the hardest year of the century, for sure. 2020 was a rough year, and the friends I've made along the way here, just because of a 23-year-old video game being remade in a divisive way, has given me all this stuff to do and talk about. And so I really love having the opportunity to build a community through this platform. You guys are the best.
Thank you for the $10 donation.
Thank you for even more donation. I am terrible at ending streams, and so I
have it. So here it is.
You just spin off.
The other important thing about this community and why Mark does this is for the views. And
yes,
don't take away the appreciation of your viewership.
Yeah,
the likes, the subscriptions, and the support, donations, and ringing the bell.
Yeah, ring that bell in the lower right-hand corner of the video. Let's get me monetized soon. Daddy needs a second PS5. No. So,
are you mocking me, sir?
So no, I wouldn't. I would let that happen. Are you kidding? I'd give it to a friend. Come on. I'd ship it to Pez. Okay. So Pez is the only one without a PS5, by the way.
I'm not going to be able to play episode Yuffie, and
I'm
going to have to wingman someone's stream.
Honestly, you can just sit in on my stream. I'll put you on Discord. You can entertain with your cheeky Britishness, and then I will play the game.
It will work, because that's the bit I'm terrible at.
Okay, so all right, I do have to address this. Okay, Pez is not bad at video games. To be super clear, I've been watching him play. Horizon Zero Dawn, which is a hard game, and he's been doing good.
I'm just an airy-headed person when I'm streaming. To be honest, I'm not bad off stream. On stream, I
can tell you that there is nothing more entertaining in this world than watching. One of the best moments of my life, Pez, I mean this, was watching you 4 hours against Sephiroth on hard mode, and then you tearing down your green screen and then going into the fetal position. I was dying. It was so good. I mean, and really, you're a great entertainer, and so it was very worth it for all the viewers to watch.
I
all
do it
of
to
that,
myself.
To do. It was fun. Yeah, you didn't use Go to Damarang. It was good. It was good.
I don't know why I create all these weird rules for myself that just make it harder. Like when I started Remake, I was like, well, quite clearly we're not going to use items and potions because that's cheating. And it was like, why? And I'm like, just feels like it is.
Trapped.
And then I'm underleveled and underfunded for the rest of the game. Nice.
Yeah, you know.
Well, you know, if you ever need any help, Blitz makes great educational videos on how to play Final Fantasy VII Remake. A big shout out to Blitz and all the content creators in the chat. Ray Kaufman, check out his stuff. Vizuvazeth and Cosmo Canyon Observatory, great stuff.
Say his name backwards quickly. Someone try it.
Oh my god!
I don't even think he can do that.
No, I don't. I bet he can.
Hurtadazavuziv.
Yeah, you got it.
Yes,
you got
well
it,
done,
man.
well done, Pez. Right, got it in one.
Decreaseman, and then Final Fan TV hosted early on, and please watch Final Fan TV. Final Fan TV has great stuff. They not just their podcast, but they released their first theory video this I think yesterday, and it actually quite good. So please check that stuff out. I've got to end this stream because we've just gone on far too long, and I'm gonna raid a good friend of mine, Dupe Fort Gaming, who was the very first person to raid me, and he raided me with 10 people, and it meant the fucking world to me. So I would like you all to raid with me and just blow up Dupe Fort Gaming. At least throw him a follow, and that would be great. And also, my cat's been going crazy this whole time. Thank you for being patient. So I started the raid command, which means we have 7 seconds until this stream ends. I love all of you. You guys are the goddamn best. Everyone. And raid now.
Everybody.
Wait. Nice. Bye-bye.
What on earth happened there, guys? I blacked out for at least